Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Middletown City Council Strategic Planning Session for Saturday, February 26, 2022. We start with a moment of meditation followed by the devotions.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Ms. Gates, please call the roll for us.
Ms. Ninney?
Here.
Mr. Moon?
Here.
Mr. Meterspaw?
Here.
Mayor Condrey?
Here.
Mr. Farrell?
Here.
All right. With that, Jim, would you like to kick us off this morning?
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of our strategic planning session. Thanks for being here bright and early. As we had indicated yesterday, today's agenda will include this morning, we have a presentation on a homelessness transitional housing pilot concept. We've got some videos and some other things to talk about to show you in that regard. Then we want to spend some time talking about capital reinvestment in some detail. We'll have lunch from 11:45 to 12:30, and during lunch, we'll talk to you all about small business grant concepts and then update you on some other economic development projects. After lunch, we'll tackle housing and neighborhood infill, and then finish the day out talking about the ARPA budget, where we are, some opportunities, and kind of along that line. So at that point, we will be probably close to 1:45, 2 o'clock, and we'll let you go. So, our first topic this morning is, of course, one that's been with us for a very long time. It's talked about a lot, and seldom do we come up with particularly good answers or solutions. And I don't know if we have any good answers or solutions for you this morning, but we have a concept and an idea, something we want to throw out there and see where it goes. But obviously this last year, like so many years, we struggle with the issue of the chronically homeless, and we talked about and were able to do something on a warming shelter. In all of that sort of discussion and topic, it got us as a staff meeting kind of on an ad hoc group, particularly the police department, the health commissioner, several other department heads, to say, is there a longer term answer for some of the things that we have to deal with? And there's a real continuum of care that exists when you're dealing with folks who are unhoused and who have serious issues attached to why they're unhoused. And I know recently the county, Butler County, has been talking a lot about a crisis stabilization unit. And that's something that would be very, very important, and that's really the first step in so much of what the police department, for instance, deals with when suddenly you have someone that's in real crisis or has mental health issues, or because of drugs, addiction, and other things, they're going through a crisis and they need that opportunity to go somewhere to be stabilized for a period of time. But then after that, there's also that need for transitional housing of the unhoused, of the homeless population. And, how do we affect change for those folks so that they can solve some of the challenges they have to ultimately find ways to get either permanent supported housing, affordable housing, or something that will put them back on track for a more normal life. And so cities kind of struggle with that because many of the resources attached to these issues land either with the federal government, the state government, the county, or the faith-based groups or others. And for cities, we have limited sort of resources and opportunities, but one of those resources we have is what we want to talk about here. The opportunity to potentially create at least some sort of facility around transitional housing in a way that makes some sense from a political perspective, because that's oftentimes one of the most difficult questions that we have. But of course, there is this kind of never-ending quest for an effective, affordable, sustainable, and most importantly, politically acceptable plan for transitional housing for the chronically homeless. When we talk about politically acceptable, there's a couple of particular issues that always seem to cause more difficult than others. I think the first of them is, where do you locate it? Because oftentimes we all say, well, we want to assist the homelessness, we want to assist homeless, well, volunteer will help, so long as it's somewhere else. If it's in Hamilton, that's okay. If it's in that other neighborhood, it's okay. But as long as it's not in my neighborhood. So we always sort of run up against that, and oftentimes then we can't find an answer to, we can't find a solution. The other problem is, even if you create a facility, who manages it effectively over time so that you know it's sustainable? So it's actually having some success, doing what it's supposed to, and it has the funding long-term to work. And can it be regionalized? You know, it seems like it's hard to bring groups together, county groups and others, to make this sort of a much more regional, so we always seem to be on our own. So if we can create a kind of solution, even if it's a pilot program or an experiment, can we then duplicate it in other places? Can we regionalize it? Can we get other partners to assist us? So this kind of led us to this concept of what has been going on around the country now for 7 or 8 years. There is a firm out of Everett, Washington. They're called the Pallet Shelter firm. And they spent quite a long time researching the kind of affordable, small units, homes, that can work to house the homeless, and that can be portable, that can be set up easily, that are can solve most of the issues that you wind up having in these circumstances. So what we have is we have a number of videos we'd like to show you to kind of introduce you to what this is, why it's made some sense, why people are using it, and kind of some of the other places where it's at. So the first one is a kind of introduction, just simply to pallet shelters, what they are.
Today, hundreds of thousands of people are experiencing homelessness in cities across America. We are facing a national housing emergency. People experiencing homelessness need a shelter that is better than a sidewalk and faster than the permanent solutions that can take months or even years to build. That's why we created Pallet, a rapid shelter solution to address homelessness at the speed and scale that you'd expect when human lives hang in the balance. Our sleeping cabin villages offer an immediate transition off the streets, giving residents a safe and dignified place to live during their transition to permanent housing. We've designed our shelters over the years with input from government leaders, homelessness service providers, and most importantly, people who have actually experienced homelessness. We've optimized the shelter design for versatility, scalability, and dignity based on feedback from all of these groups. Emergency situations require a quick response that can scale up with the size of the crisis. So our units are designed to meet any temporary shelter need by being light, portable, easy to assemble, and customizable. The units are made of prefabricated panels, which are then flat packed, so as many as 30 shelters per truck can be shipped to their assembly destination. Once delivered, each unit can be assembled with minimal tools on sites ranging from parking lots to grassy fields with no need to build a foundation as long as the ground is relatively level, thanks to the built-in substructure. After this substructure is placed, the shelter's walls and roof panels can be quickly and easily secured with nuts, bolts, and pins. And each shelter can be assembled in under 1 hour. The materials are durable with a 10+ year lifespan, but on the rare occasion that a shelter is damaged, we can simply swap out the affected panel. They are mold, rot, and pest resistant and easy to clean, allowing for a quick turnaround as one resident moves out and the cabin becomes available for a new resident to move in. When it's time to relocate the shelter village, each unit can be taken apart and rebuilt dozens of times. So if your needs change, the shelter can be moved to a new space or stored in panelized form until needed again. Whatever the climate, the Pallet Shelter has solutions to meet even the most extreme conditions. They can withstand 110 mph winds and 25 pounds per square foot of snow load, and are available in varying levels of insulation to accommodate temperatures as low as -40 degrees. electrical hookup to an on-site municipal power grid, a generator, or even solar panels provides power to the shelter's wall-mounted heaters and air conditioners, as well as interior wall outlets for personal device charging. For safety, every shelter includes a smoke detector, carbon monoxide monitor, egress door, and a fire extinguisher. But perhaps the most important factor of all is livability. We all have personal belongings, and people experiencing homelessness can be hesitant to accept shelter options if they can't bring their things. So there is space under each bed for storage, and additional shelving on the back wall allows more room for personal belongings. Additionally, the beds can fold up during the day to make more floor room if needed. And most important of all, lockable doors give residents peace of mind to secure their belongings during the day when they leave to access services or go to work, and security when they are asleep at night. Our sleeping cabins come in 2 sizes, 64 square feet and 100 square feet. Our Shelter 64 can accommodate 2 beds, while our Shelter 100 can fit up to 4. To learn more about our shelters, please visit our website at palletshelter.com.
So the beauty of this solution is they're very portable. They can be assembled or disassembled. They can be easily moved to another location. So if you're trying it out, a particular location, it doesn't work, you can always take it somewhere else. If you wanted to say, hey, we'll move it after a couple of years or somewhere else, or quite honestly, if it turns out that it's an experiment, it doesn't work, and you don't want to do it anymore, or maybe you've had success and you've solved the problem, they actually serve really well as simply temporary shelters for people who might be in crisis because there was a natural disaster like a tornado or a flood or something like that. So as an asset, they have real value and they can be used in a number of ways. But to solve sort of that political problem of where do you do it, sometimes it's easier to say, hey, they're portable. If this doesn't work, we can certainly move them, and it's easy to do. The second video we have is Alexandria Park. It's just a quick kind of look at what one of these small villages look like. This happens to be in the Los Angeles area. And it kind of gives you the sense, and I want to, once you bring that up, you'll see that in addition there are bathrooms that can be put into place. There are ways that you can set these up. You can paint them. You can put up picnic tables and umbrellas and things, so you can create kind of a livable little village if you like. You can go ahead and start. And it shows you how on simply a grassy field in Hawaii, in a time-lapse series of photographs, how quickly these can be assembled. So go ahead and hit that one. This gives you a sense of. And the firm, basically, you buy this turnkey, so they send out a crew, they assemble them for you, that's included in the pricing. They can do that fairly rapidly, and as you can see, sort of the crew comes on site in a fairly quick time. These things can be relatively easily assembled. In this case, simply a flat field. Paving is great, that works, but it also, because of the nature of the way they've been designed, they can simply work if you only have grass. And then this next one is a little bit of a, I think it might have been NPR, one of the local stations, did a feature in Madison, Wisconsin on the program that Madison had just put together, and where they were doing a program, and it was the city of Madison in this case, so I want to turn that on and kind of give you a sense of that one. That one will be a little bit more valuable.
Hello, I'm Earl Larn, host of Black Nouveau. We celebrate African American history all year long. For more episodes and content, visit pbswisconsin.org/racial justice.
In other news, as you turn up your thermostat or throw logs on the fire, imagine living and sleeping outside. Hundreds of people experiencing homelessness in Wisconsin are doing just that tonight. In Madison alone last year, their numbers swelled to around 600 by some counts, but this winter, about 30 people are newly sheltered from the cold in a new way. They're residing at an encampment of small but private dwellings the city erected for people who until just recently were living in tents.
You know, you just feel human again.
Jay Gonstead welcomed us into his new place.
This is my bed, which is, it's comfortable.
Gonstead has been living in the 8x8 shelter for less than a month.
And here's my keys. You know, when they handed them to me the day I got here, I think that's what kind of, put me over the edge a little bit. Yeah.
Why?
Because I knew I was going to be safe.
Before being given the keys to his fresh start, Gonstead had lived in a tent in this city park alongside nearly 100 others.
It was more survival mode. You had to focus on surviving more than living and, getting back on track.
The city helped move 35 people out of the tents to a hotel near the park. 30 more came here, where there are bathrooms and hot showers and rows of tiny, heated, temporary homes.
You don't really realize, a warm bathroom, hot shower, heat, electricity. Those are actually necessities.
Those types of things is really, really beneficial to folks to be able to think about what their next steps are going to be.
Brenda Conkle coordinated with the city to launch the new shelter project, including hiring on-site recovery services for residents.
This is the first time for a lot of people that somebody's been available to just listen without interruption, and people can tell their story. So there's a lot of people that just want to come in and be heard and just talk.
Some advocates say the shelter is necessary, but they are still critical.
It's better than tent, but certainly a government can do better than trying to house people for the winter in 8x8 shanties.
Myself, I was probably a little bit skeptical of the project, thinking that it was just a Band-Aid.
But seeing residents' faces light up and smile,
Yeah.
Conkle now says it can serve as a model, another option for people experiencing homelessness, a place Gonstead says he found himself after bad choices, bad luck, and bad credit.
I can say I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. Homelessness. I didn't ask for it.
When outreach workers asked him to move from the tent, he says the fear, the pain, and the stress melted away.
You knew you were going to be warm. You knew you were going to be safe here.
Donations pour into the site, and this day, one was marked for delivery to Jay Gonstead.
Blankets, towels, silverware.
A different measure of warmth from strangers he never knew cared.
A sign that will be hung up.
The City of Madison will spend about $2 million from federal COVID relief funds for the construction and operation of the shelters, including on-site services. As for Jay Gonstead, he says he is looking for work and then a permanent home.
And I think the key about any of these where they've been installed is this can't simply be a place where you say, okay, we're just going to house these people and walk away. It really has to be transitional housing. Not just a warm shelter, a place that's safe or secure or whatever. It has to have a whole series of rules to it. It has to be about wraparound services, and it has to deal with the challenges that the folks have and getting them past those challenges. So typically what we've heard and what we've seen, and Chief Burke has been doing a lot of research on this, is they'll have rules that bring people in for maybe 6 to 9 months or something like that, and they can be there so long as they're working toward the challenges that they have. Maybe that's getting recovery from an addiction, it's getting a driver's license, it's getting help with mental health, it's getting any series of things that help you move past what's caused you to be homeless. And then, how do you figure out that next step? Is it some kind of permanent supportive housing? Is it affordable housing? Is it whatever? But you have to be working toward it. The idea isn't, okay, we've got drug addicted people and they're homeless and we're going to slap them in there and forget about it, because that's not going to work. That's never worked, and that is the issue. And I think this next video kind of gets a little bit more at that. This is one of the versions in Sonoma County out in California, where they're talking a little bit more about who's managing this and what they're trying to accomplish there and how they provide various services and things. So this gives you a little sense of that.
This property is our Los Gatos Campus. We, in 10 days, have stood up approximately 60 houses for individuals to come.
They're very comfortable. They're made of a material that's mold, mildew, and rot resistant and bed bug resistant, which is important. They also, they come with mattresses. They have the beds included, everything you need to basically plug and play and go. They're warm, they're dry, they have heat and electricity, and the residents will be out of the elements and not out in the cold.
The day-to-day life at this facility is hopefully going to be one that is very organic and actually allows people a lot of freedom to kind of determine their days. We're going to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner here on site that will be provided by St. Vincent de Paul and our partners. We'll have activity times that people will be able to have free time to meet with their care teams. That's going to be provided by the County of Sonoma, so that will be their access to supportive services. We'll be helping them through any recovery they may be going through.
I'm really excited about this temporary shelter coming online. It is critical to our system of care. It is really often the gateway and the entry point for individuals who are experiencing homelessness to get into the system, to get the resources and services and supports that they need in order to get onto housing in the continuum of housing, so permanent supportive housing or permanent affordable housing. And this is really a critical piece that's been missing from our system of care.
So I've been working this week on making 60 signs for the temporary housing here. I sat and came up with 160 different ideas and kind of pared that down to 60. There are going to be so many different individuals here, and there's so many different stories in all of these images. And I'm hoping that the stories really bridge some of the gaps that we're feeling and in this really important issue for our community.
We do not plan to have people live in these pallet shelters indefinitely or permanently. The idea is this is really a step in the right direction. And while we wait for other housing solutions to come online, we're giving people at least a sense of dignity and humanity, that they can actually be someplace safe, someplace where they can leave their belongings, where they can actually go and do all of the paperwork that they need in order to become gainfully employed. And then ultimately we want to move them onto permanent supportive or affordable housing.
If you look behind us, flanked by Hood Mountain Regional Park, and we plan to do guided walks with people who live here up into that. I think when you come from a background of trauma that's an incredibly healing opportunity.
It's the essence of Sonoma County, and the generosity that we're seeing from the volunteers, from our Oakmont Garden Club neighbors, from others, it's just really heartwarming, and it really embodies what is wonderful about Sonoma County.
So we note in that video, you saw where St. Vincent de Paul is the manager of this particular village. And I think in most cases, what you would see is somebody like a St. Vincent de Paul Salvation Army, Volunteers of America, Catholic Charities, something like that becomes the entity that can kind of manage this and be the entity that brings wraparound services and the support and help that you might need for that. And you notice there was county involvement there too. Typically social services and the social welfare agencies that come to provide some of this oftentimes come from a county. So you can't do it alone. We're really about potentially creating a facility and then allowing some of these other entities to partner with us to see if we could do that. So that's kind of the idea. Here's just another view of one of these pallet shelter kind of villages. And the other thing that becomes critical to have here is to make certain not only that you have the housing cabins, the homes for people, but also in a centralized area, probably in the middle of all of them, have plenty of what I'll call office space so that you can have the caregivers, the case managers, the social workers, and others be able to come in, interact with the people right on site so that they can help them throughout whatever it is that they're working through. And they make these as well, so they have a 400 square foot or an 800 square foot so-called community room, but they really actually sort of office space that you can put on site to make that happen. This is an example of the bathrooms that are sold as well. So again, you can see there's two stalls here. They have showers, toilets, sinks. They're relatively easy to clean. Motion activated light and fan. They're heated, they're cooled. That's a 64 square foot unit. You can see it as it's disassembled, and then you can see how it has shelving so that people can store their things, their belongings. Typically at this size you would only have one bed, but it is, actually you could have two if you want. It has a fire extinguisher, and of course for our friends with the fire department, they are up to code. They do have egress, smoke detectors, they're pest proof. That's the 100 square foot. You see there's a little bit more space there. These are a little bit more amenable, if you will, to having two beds because you have a good deal more space. And then of course they give us all the various measurements and standard features and optional features. And as we heard on that one video, they really have spent a lot of time thinking through all these issues and sort of vetting it out in the field to make sure that it makes sense and that it works for what people need. They're safe, they're warranted. They come disassembled, and you've seen them how they can be put in pallets with forklifts and then brought on the site. So of course the question is, what's the cost? And here's an example of that. The 64 square foot pallet are $6,995 each. Adding air conditioning to that is $349. For the 100 square foot, it's $94.95. The AC there is $449. So then you see the additional optional things of a heater, cold weather upgrade, bunk bed or desk, mattress pad. So we kind of looked at what it would cost to make those fully functional on a per cost basis. The community room, if it's 400 square foot, is about $37,000. The 800 square foot is $60,000. The two-stall bathroom, right about $35,000. The ADA accessible two-stall is about $40,000. And then there is costs associated with the assembly, depending on how many you buy. It goes down a little bit if you buy more. Assembly of the community room as well. And then if you're buying this through Pallet Shelter, 50% is due at the time of order. The remaining 50% is due upon shipping. So this is just an example. There's no magic to this, but we just wanted to run some numbers to say, hey, if we wanted to create one of these sort of villages and put it together, what might it look like? So we said, well, what if we imagine 46 of the 64 square foot shelters, 8 of the 100 square foot shelters, 5 of the two-stall baths, 1 ADA accessible bath, 1 800 square foot community room, 8 durable outdoor picnic tables, and 8 umbrella bases for those. So if you had that, you could house a minimum of 62 folks and a maximum of 124. And the total cost for all of that, all in, shipped to the site, is $919,603. So, thinking about, well, what's a potential layout? Say you were going to do this with those numbers of things. And what we're showing here is those little small blue boxes there in rows are the 64 square foot shelters. The larger blue boxes are identified as the 100 square foot shelters. And then opposite side, again, more of the 64 square foot shelters. And then at the end of each row, having 2 stall bathrooms, and then one of them being ADA accessible. In the center, the 800 square foot conference room so that you can provide all the wraparound services and people will be meeting here. And then a series of picnic tables with umbrellas to kind of have for communal folks to gather in or dine, etc. Again, no magic to it. It would all depend on your actual site, but it's just a way to sort of imagine, well, what might this look like if what we just said was put onto a particular site. So, where might funding come from it? We've talked before about the fact that the City of Middletown received home dollars through the American Rescue Plan Act in the amount of $1,062,000. We also have 2021 home funds of $294,000. Together, that's $1,356,000. We also, through the One Ohio Opioid Settlement Funding, we estimate it's probably, that's a little light. I think it's more like about $1.2 billion over the 18 years. But the first payment would come sometime in 2022. We think it's probably $200,000 plus or minus. So back to sort of a breakdown of those expenditures that we talked about. If you imagine 46 square foot units, 46 of the 64 square foot units, about $475,000. 8 of the 100 square foot units, $106,000. The bathrooms, 5, 204. The ADA bathroom, $45,900. The community rooms, $73,900. Picnic tables, 10. The umbrellas, 4. Total cost of $919,603. So, what they told us from the Pallet, which was quite surprising given the logistics problems and supply chain issues that so many people are encountering today, is that once you order, they ship about 8 weeks after your order from the plant in Everett, Washington. So the one thing we don't know about, obviously, is, well, what would be the site preparation cost? And that would be entirely dependent on the site. And that's that big question that, we started with is, well, where are you located? Well, depending on what's on the site and how much preparation you have to do, we've just made an estimate of between $25,000 and $250,000 because to what extent do you have electric on site? To what extent is there water, sewer? Is the site flat? Does it have proper drainage? Is it paved? Is it not paved? All these questions that sort of come into play. So, the big questions that come up in this. And again, this is really more than anything to get discussion started and to say, rather than arriving next year again deciding, well, we're going to have a warming shelter to put people in, is there a better longer-term transitional housing answer? If you imagine doing this and you decided what it looks like and we can afford it and we came up with management things, well, is it temporary? Is it more permanent? Can you move it to other designated sites within a regional rotation? Maybe we decide to have multiple ones of these around the county and someone takes it for a year or two and then it moves somewhere else. So it goes from Middletown to Hamilton to Westchester to Liberty or somewhere else. The key though, and I think everybody agrees to this, is these don't work unless they're near services and transit. People got to be able to get there. They got to be able to get out of there. They need to be kind of at places where ultimately they'll get some of the services they need. And of course, more than anything, it's got to be politically acceptable. The community's got to accept it. The leaders have to accept it. It's got to work from that regard. And the management is unbelievably key because as a city, we're not equipped to do this. We shouldn't be doing this. We don't have the funding or the resources to do it. Somebody who can provide those wraparound services, where is the ongoing funding for them going to come from? Is it government versus faith-based or nonprofit? And most of the times what we're seeing, it tends to be the faith-based or nonprofit or some combination, not typically government as far as management. And of course it has to be designed to be transitional. And you have to be thinking about also the overall continuum. Do you have the crisis stabilization to begin with? Then you go to transition, but then where's the permanent low-income housing? And I know Chief Burke has been, from the very beginning, with me involved in this, and he's been doing a whole lot of research on kind of how people are doing this and what's critical and what's important to it. I just want to give him a chance to talk a little bit about what he's found, because he's been really helpful. And then Jackie has been part of, obviously, our group from the very beginning, and she's got some thoughts as well. So.
Thank you, Jim. So when we researched this, obviously, the number one is location. Location, 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 as we found with the warming shelter. You don't want to put this in the wrong location, because then you'd have, you know, community backlash for that. So location's obviously the first hurdle we have to fund. And the second thing we have to do is who's going to manage this. So I contacted Madison, Wisconsin, and the reason they created this, and it's totally funded by ARPA, so Madison, Wisconsin has no idea how this is going to continue after the 2 years they gave. So they have 35 hotel rooms, and then they have the shelter homes. But it's completely funded through the ARPA funding. So once that's done, they don't have an idea how it's going to continue. They had an issue with a local park. They wanted to clear the park of the homeless like we have, so they created this plan for that. So they don't have the rules and policies. So when I got online, I started looking at Hollywood, California, and there's a Ken Kraft. He's outstanding, CEO of Hope Valley Rescue Mission in Hollywood. They have the same pallet homes, and he just sent it to me yesterday, and I sent it to Jim. Their policies on how you get people in, and they actually manage the program, and they have grants, and they're managing the program. So whoever we decide to do this location-wise, we have to find the right group to come in to manage it, because unlike Madison, Wisconsin, they just let everybody come in there. They stay for 90 days and then they put them out. But the goal for this would be to get them driver's license, to get them treatment, to get them off of the drugs, get them the mental health issues they need. And this program here, Hope for Valley, they have a criteria, I think it was 22 pages, on how they evaluate who goes into the program based on need, based on if they want to get treatment, and that's going to be the key if we decide to go forward with this. Which I like about this, and I know Nicole's been in talk with the Butler County, this is something, if we do a pilot program, we've been talking to Butler County for years about homeless, nobody wants to step up, but if this is something we try as a pilot program, and we're successful if we find the organization to run it, this is something we can move around the county. So say Middletown has it for a couple years, and then we move it somewhere else. And then they try it there, because these pallet homes, you know, you put them up in 45 minutes, you take them down in 30 minutes. So that's a nice feature with that. But I think it's going to be that for success, we have to find the right organization to run it. I know Volunteers of America run different programs, St. Jude, so that's going to be the key. But I've researched this, I've talked to different organizations. That's going to be the crucial, is coming up with a plan on who gets in, who doesn't get in, and based on the need and if they want treatment or not. Because we're still finding people, like the warming shelter has around 30 to 35 people a night. And with that, you have certain people that want help and certain people that don't want the treatment. So that's going to be crucial in finding who gets in and who doesn't, because this should be a short-term transitional living to get them into metropolitan housing, to get them Section 8, to get them a job so they can be productive members of society again. That's the goal. So do you guys have any other questions?
Jackie, I know you've been with us from the very beginning. You've been involved in this issue for so very long, and I know you have a lot of thoughts, and you're trying to involve other parts of the community and the county to be involved in this as well. The other thing I would say is we've had the privilege and the luck, I guess, of Diane Rogers, who's recently been named to be the new head of Central Connections, came to that job after having spent 17 years in Reno, Nevada, running homeless shelters. So she's just been a huge benefit to us in terms of knowledge and helped us out in this stuff.
But I would really think, a couple of us could volunteer to go to Hawaii to check out the shelters. If you guys would have, allow that to happen, I think we need first-hand knowledge.
How many days?
I want to do a site that, it takes at least a week to 10 days.
Right, I agree. So we're willing to go if you guys want us to investigate that.
I have such a big house. And I love all of this discussion because the community people, right, have a lot of ideas too. And so the community group that met yesterday, and Jim and Mayor Nicole was there, I think those are our minions, if you will, to kind of look at the who, what, will manage, and the where. They can help with the city staff to kind of provide some of that. They can do a town hall to get a temperature of what your community will embrace and engage, because it's important that the community kind of puts their arms around all of this, and then you don't have as much pushback. I know you guys were around, and I know Rodney was around when we did the infectious disease program, right? You have to really kind of get the community around it and see, and now it's been around since 2016, 2017. People either don't know or they know and they're fine with it. Rick has done many articles about it and they're okay. But the community has to come on board with the passion. And it is not going to be ran by that group, right? It's the group that finds out the who, the what, the where, that kind of does some of the foot traffic, and they're in the community to hear what some of the concerns are about. They funnel it all back to the city. But it's, Dave, your police chief, is not calling all over to Michigan or whatever. They also have a plan that came from Oregon, tiny houses, and it's been operating for 9 years, very successful. And they use like a St. Vincent de Paul. They use a structure that way. So we do have people, we call it people with talents, that know about different situations and are willing to do some of that background research that I think can help with the city, because that way it's not targeting council or the city manager about what are they doing, why are they doing it, or whatever. It's the community's input, and they come from multiple different sectors. We have faith-based, we have all the community foundations, we have the hospital people that was represented, but it's also the people on the ground.
Jackie, was
So-
Hope House there? Was Hope House also a part of these
Hope
discussions?
House, yes, Hope House has been a part of our homeless discussions, and we talked about that too. There are so many different layers to this situation and this challenge that if Hope House could take care of all of it, we wouldn't even be talking today, right? We wouldn't have to have a warming center. We wouldn't have to open up something, because it's different layers to that, because it's all different layers to unhoused population. Sometimes they don't want to go through the whole system of the Hope House. Sometimes they can't get in. Sometimes they may be under the influence and they may not be able to get in. So I think we need multiple parts. But I had mentioned to Jim that even if we only get as far as having a pallet home for the warming piece this fall, then we've accomplished a lot, right? We'll get to October and we won't say where are they going to go. We'll already have maybe the possibility to open up 1 or 2 or 3, and that's where the warming shelter is, until we get to a solution. Now, I'm not sure it'd be wonderful if we could, I'm not convinced that we move the pallets around the community, but what I think would be a great idea is if every community has a pallet type of system, right? So Fairfield has one, Westchester has one, everybody takes care of people that need it, because that to me is more humane, to have it where people are. There are people that are unhoused everywhere. Westchester, Fairfield, Hamilton, they're everywhere. And if Middletown was the place to come, they would all be here now. But they're everywhere because they're community people and they're where the community is. And so we'll see. But I think it's very important that we leave here today with something's going to be done, because it's unacceptable. I've been a health commissioner and in the city organization for 23 years now. And we've been talking about the unhoused for that long, because it's a situation that's always going to be around. And I think Middletown, right, that's all we can talk about right now, what we have control over, can start a process where we can do something humanely and start a process and let it evolve. But what happens is it gets too convoluted and too big, and everybody just says.
Well, I love your idea. I've said that forever, is getting the community involved and getting their input, because the community doesn't really care what you do as long as they know what's going on.
Absolutely.
And that's been our problem for 30 years here. It seems like we've got to get them involved. So to me, the money's not an issue. We have to do something. This is not going away. And I appreciate you guys getting involved with the county on it, because when I was down there meeting with the county, I talked to Don, and that was a huge thing. He said Middletown's involved, they're going to get involved. So it's got to be everybody. You're right. It can't just be Middletown, or everybody will come here. And that's what we're trying to stop.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
it's not fair for those, because I'm telling you, we talked about it, Dave can tell you, they like to go, we talked about, when we put it out in Timbuktu, they'll come back, because people like to be at home or whatever. So if right now, everybody would be in Middletown now, if Middletown was a place to come, but usually people like to stay close to wherever they are. Hawaii, right?
I'm with you, Jack.
I want to hear from everybody. There's one last thing I wanted to say that's kind of a takeoff on what Councilman Beers mentioned. We had the opportunity just last week, I think it was, the mayor was there and I was there, to meet with several people from the county, and there were some other jurisdictions represented as well. And there was someone who was there, and I'm not going to mention their name because it would embarrass them, but this particular person said, you know, we talked about that 8 years ago, and we didn't like it, and it didn't work, and you know, and whatever. And I was thinking, okay, so for 8 years, you've been talking about this, you haven't done anything, and you've got lots of criticism about what we're bringing forward. I don't want to be another 8 years and have no solution. So the goal is to come up with something, and we know this isn't magic, and this may not be the exact solution, but the idea is to bring something forward and start talking about it and get to something that will make sense. So,
in all fairness, it's not that that individual hasn't been working on this issue. It was a little bit unfair to say that part. The individual you're referencing has been working on this issue for a long time. It's not that he hasn't made the effort.
no, there's no suggestion that he hadn't made the effort, but the idea of they've been talking about it for 8 years, but there is no effective transitional housing solution that has come forward in 8 years that has been implemented. And I don't want to see us go another 8 years and not implement
That I
it.
agree with. I'm gonna bash our partners though.
We've been talking about this for years. Dave, Paul, it's out, 10 years?
What's been the reason? Why haven't we done anything? Like, what has been that reason?
My personal opinion, and it doesn't mean I'm right, it's my personal opinion, people in Middletown and any other city don't want things like this in their neighborhoods. Let's just be honest, that's what it is. And they don't want these things, so you gotta find that happy medium, like Jim said. Trying to find a place that benefits everybody, that's conducive to the entire community, and we don't seem to have that.
Well, I think and that's a big part of it. I think the other part is, though, and this is what Butler County brought up, is this is not a solution for a lot of the individuals that we're seeing. A lot of these individuals need a crisis stabilization center. They're not going to be able to go, we can't put them in this facility where they lock themselves inside and they're shooting up or drinking. That's not helping them, and it's not the purpose of this. So this is not a solution for everyone, right? So this is maybe a part to the puzzle, and I think we jump forward about 20 steps, probably need to come back a little bit and say, okay, first of all, is this even something we're interested in at all, before we have like a layout of how the village is going to look. But what do we do? I think it's exciting that Butler County, and that was the biggest thing out of that meeting. I think hopefully Jim felt the same way about, they're looking at doing a crisis stabilization center. That's huge. That is huge. I'm sure our citizens don't really want that here, right? So if Butler County is willing to take that on, that would be great. Our police officers can take them there as one of the steps. Now that's to get somebody who's, on drugs, they're defecating themselves, whatever it might be, they're going to go in a pallet shelter right away, right? So that would be step one. Step two, they're going to need to detox if it is a situation like that, right? And they still can't be in a pallet shelter. So there is this second step that still needs to be considered. And then these would be for people who are a little more functional, right? They can go to the people who are at the warming shelter, for example, are probably falling into this category. So I could see that functioning in that situation. But we have to determine who would even be using this and how much of our unhoused problem will it help to solve? I don't know, but we need to think about that part. Like, it's not the solution for everything. And then if we do this, are we able to be more strict with our ordinances and say, hey, look, you have these options, you can go these places, and if you choose not to, then you have to leave. And to me, that's just as critical as well, because if people aren't willing to get the help and we want to get them the help, then our citizens are trying to help you. If you're not willing to do it, then we need you to move on.
Well, I think that's where we have, the great thing, I'm really proud of our police chief and our police department and the work they're doing with, one city or with health commissioner, is that we have officers dedicated strictly to this. And that's never happened before. So they can help identify those problems like they're doing now. And they'll tell you, like you talk to Officer Birch or Officer Owens, they'll tell you not everybody wants help. But that's why we have officers with the boots on the ground out there checking on these people and doing this. So we are ahead of the game more than other communities because we are doing things other communities are not doing. So I look at this as just a step. It's not a full-time for everybody. I agree. I look at it as a step. And if county gets involved and does the unit down there and we have something like this, I think that's huge for us. Because if not, we're going to be back here in the winter deciding what to do again.
And that's what the screening process is so important. They, like in California, they went through a screening process, unlike Madison, where Madison is just taking people from the park, putting them here and putting them there. That's why I think the screening process is so good, and we have people making those relationships with one city, with our COP officers. The unit with Butler County is great for my officers working 3 to 11s or midnights. They can drop them off, but it's going to be a lot like the hospital. The hospital evaluates them for 72 hours, and then boom, they're back in Middletown. So they're not going to keep them there. They're going to keep them for a short period of time because they always come back to what they know in ex-Middletown.
My question still remains, this crisis center sounds like a good solution for that particular issue, but where is it located? Because
I've already got that figured out.
I'm on that board too. They shot down the Crisis Stabilization Center's budget as it was presented, $6 million a year to run, right?
When are you, can you time-wise?
Okay. Oh, yeah. So real quick, there's committees, that's why there's committees working this whole issue, right? If everybody knows that if someone's in crisis, they can't be taken to a pallet home and left alone, right? So there is a crisis stabilization piece. There's homes for people to be in. There's transitional homes, right? So it's all different facets to this challenge. And so Scott Rasmus is the mental health director for the county, and he's been working with this unhoused stabilization center for a long time. He has a plan this big, and we were at a county commissioner, Cindy Carpenter, was leading up this meeting, and they said, what was your proposal? What did you find? He said, well, our plan will take $6 million a year. That was operating plans. Everybody was blown off. Oh, we can't do that. It's just too much money, right? He had 20 to 30 beds in the house and it's wraparound services, etc. So I'm sure that is housing and that's health staff and all of that, right? And as we talked more, they said maybe we wouldn't need 30 to 40, 20 to 30 beds. We may need just 10 beds. So he was going to go back and work out and see what that looks like. So when we keep talking about the different things that's needed, this, make no mistake about it, it's a puzzle. Everybody's got to put a piece of this puzzle together. It's a puzzle. We're not going to fix all pieces to the unhoused today, or probably in the next couple of years. We've got to keep putting pieces of the puzzle together and then finding where those bridges need to be built, finding where those holes are, and keep putting those things together before we get this whole picture solved, if you will. I'm going to push back a little bit for those that want to be helped. For those that want to be helped today, may want help tomorrow, may want help later on in the afternoon, right? So that's why they work 24/7 with individuals. So we can't say, you want help, fine, if not, get out of town, because it might be tomorrow that they're ready for help, because the mind and the body works different. If they're hungry, if they're addicted and they need drugs, it may look like they don't need help right now. And so that's why it's so good that they work 24/7, get to know the people, build relationships, and we're ready to help them when they're ready for that help, right? But some people may never get help because it could be we know, all of us know a mental health person that's around the city building that has resources, has family, and have been offered things, just kind of doesn't want to help and doesn't bother anybody, right? And so there's, yes, Dave, sorry.
That's a perfect example. The COP just placed somebody Friday, and he refused treatment, refused. They kept working with him, with Victoria, and they were able to get him get him to a treatment facility on Friday. So she's absolutely right. Somebody may not want treatment, they're not ready. They wake up one day and say, I'm ready for treatment, I'm ready to go. And they transported him, got him into treatment, and mental health, obviously. So that's just an example as those relationships are paying off.
I respect all of that, and I totally understand the process of finding help when they need it and where they need it. I guess my question specifically was, who else is raising their hand in our community to locate this crisis center?
That's Hamilton. It will be in Hamilton.
Okay, that was my specific
where's that
question.
location?
Who's raising their hand for that?
Yeah, well, there's a facility, I'm not familiar with it, it's in Hamilton. It's near the county-owned senior center, it's part of it, I think, that's the location they're talking about.
And I think here's my thing, 20 years ago, we never heard of homeless in Middletown or anywhere under, it was a big city problem. It was a Cincinnati problem. Now that's all you hear here and in Hamilton, and in Fairfield it's getting worse. It's growing, and we have not fixed it. You're not going to fix it. It's a huge socioeconomic problem, but it's getting worse here. And even I was downtown getting coffee the other day, and Heather Gibson was telling me about more homeless coming in that she hasn't never seen before. So, and Dave's shaking his head yes, because he hears it too from him. So it's growing. So we have to do something. But I'm encouraged that the county's involved and getting involved. That's what we had to have. We had to have that.
Now, that's not an overnight thing, and I don't know how long.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be years before that becomes a reality. So that's where I currently say okay, so chicken and egg and who?
Yeah, I don't think we can wait on the county, obviously, because and I think kudos. I haven't been part of this committee, but I know the committee internally here has been meeting for months trying to come up with a solution. Temporarily was the warming, but in the back of their head, they were always looking for permanent solutions. So we've actually got further along than we have in a long time here. So
is Fairfield and Hamilton and Westchester their leaders? Do they know about the Pallet program? Were they part of this conversation? Do you know
I know someone was from Hamilton and Oxford. Was someone from Fairfield at that last meeting?
That was simply Hamilton and the county.
Okay. We haven't got to the point where, others, I've talked to Joshua Smith in Hamilton about conceptually some of this early on.
And Jim, when Cindy handed out your PowerPoint to the people that was there, and that was Hamilton, Fairfield, Oxford, I'm trying to think all the representatives at that opiate meeting, that PowerPoint was, because they said 2 places were talking about solutions for the unhoused, Middletown and Oxford, and she had talked about what she had heard from the county.
But honestly, let's be fair. We wanted to get this in front of you before we rolled it out where you were reading or hearing about it somewhere else and you hadn't heard about it. So we just happened to go to the county meeting early because it happened and it came before this. So a couple of thoughts on location, and I think, I kind of heard about this a lot from law enforcement as we started to meet is, it'd be nice to say, well, let's put it out halfway between Middletown and Hamilton in a township somewhere, but the key is it has to be, again, on some kind of transit, so people can get there, get out, go other places. It's got to be around something that's familiar and comfortable for them and where they get services. Or otherwise, what we're hearing is they're just going to go back to where they were. They don't want to be there. So you have to be careful on that kind of thing. But then obviously, I don't think anybody would suggest we're going to put it in somebody's neighborhood. That's just not going to work. Politically, that won't be acceptable. So typically, these wind up in some kind of an industrial area that maybe, again, is on a transit line, is near services, but it's in a place where at least there are people in a neighborhood living around them that have the issues with it. So that becomes oftentimes something you think about. Any other thoughts, Jackie, Chief, whatever? I know we wanted to just throw this out for the first time. And start.
I did go to the bathroom, so sorry I stepped out. My thoughts would be, Middletown's an awesome community. We have so many services for these people, this population, and I really think the best way to approach it is going to be to lock arms with our other communities. I specifically have had conversations with the communities you mentioned, Hamilton, Westchester, Fairfield, and it always seems like on a council level there's interest in addressing it, but then there's not a lot of action afterwards. And my concern would be that we would not have the resources that we would need should we take this on alone, that there could be an influx of people. And if we approach it from a more multiple jurisdiction collaborative effort, we're going to have more success. And that's just my thought.
I agree with that. That's 100%.
So
I talk about the
Can't just
portable
be up
nature
here.
because we're obviously paying a premium for them to be portable. I looked at the cost of the Eugene, Oregon facility. It cost them $98,000 to put 30-some units up. Now they're on pallets, funny enough, but they're not. They can't break themselves down, right? So part of my question is, okay, we talk about we want them portable, but then we say, well, we can't really move them because the people need the services that are there. So then I just look at like, okay, so are we making them portable so that people can swallow the pill better? Like, oh, they're portable, but we don't have fun to move them. Or are we really serious about a plan that they could be movable? And I think if we were to partner with other neighboring communities who are able to say, you know what, we're willing to get in on this pallet shelter concept, and as a result of them being portable, you know, say Fairfield ends up needing a few more, Middletown can ship them over there, or we're finding like the resources that makes sense to me, but otherwise to pay a premium for something that is portable, if we don't plan to move it, that's just another strategic piece I want to think about in the end.
Well, I think long-term with some of the redevelopment of some of our sites, for example, the Vail site, there's an opportunity there to make some of that a site affordable housing. So I think looking forward as we're trying to find a development, you know, this is a place where it could be temporarily, and then some of those people actually have a place to go. The problem is we don't have a place for them to go right now. That's a permanent.
It also seems there's a lot of electric and infrastructure and things that have to be put in place for this. So I think that's something to consider as well.
I don't think we can really suggest doing this in the same location where we're going to be doing a home run with homes, though.
No.
Okay.
I don't think she was suggesting
okay.
that. No, not
I'm
for
saying
this.
kind of the final,
The next step
a
of
light tech project.
affordable housing.
Okay.
I think on the same vein of where you were at with the, you know, are these temporary because it makes us feel better? I mean, I know that when we did the tour of Hope House, they were talking a lot about the women's shelter and having more space for women and families. I mean, would some of this money, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as part of the conversation, like, could some of this money be going towards a women's facility or something that offers something that we don't have, if it is a permanent in nature? I mean, I think there are a lot of questions, and that's why it's so important that we go to the community and say, hey, what do you guys think about this? Because we can sit here and go around and around about this, but if we don't have the community buy-in, well, we can't move forward with any of this.
Can I dovetail on the Hope House piece? I do want to keep in mind the Hope House has 31, it's a project-based Section 8. It has 31 of the Section 8 vouchers in Middletown, so I just want to be careful as we're speaking with Hope House moving forward. Like, if they do another project, that is adding Section 8 into Middletown, so let's just keep that in mind moving forward. I'm not saying I'm but just something I learned from last week. I want to make sure I mention that part. That's a permanent Section 8.
The whole community-based is really what you were bringing up yesterday, that group that was yesterday. You want to talk a little bit about what their hope is?
Sure. We were bringing up a structure for the community of Middletown to buy into. This was not about the unhoused. It was a structure bringing all sectors in Middletown together to all
difficult issues. And this is one of them.
Yeah. Right, and this is one of them, right? We were going to use this as a pilot. If you can imagine, we were using Ghostbusters, right? So when it's a problem in your neighborhood, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. This Ghostbuster people, this office, if you will, you guys got to get kind of crazy with me. This office will receive challenges in the community. They have relationships already formed in this office, hospital, community foundation, city government, everybody that can change policies like you were talking about, that can loan rooms, resources, money, and they're in this Ghostbuster office. And when we have a problem, and I'm going to make this a really simple analogy, that people are hungry on Friday, the Ghostbuster office will find someone that is feeding people, right? It becomes an action circle. And we find out with the research that everybody's being fed. Every pantry is open, everybody's feeding these people on Friday. Houston, there's a problem. People are fed on Friday, but Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they're hungry. So this action circle builds a pantry, a food pantry, and makes everybody in the community play together in the sandbox, and we have feeding on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you have taken your resources from the community, brought them together in a room, and say, how can we make sure everyone has food every day? And it's simply solved that way, because you know there's well-meaning people, churches, pantries, everybody that wants to feed people, but sometimes we're not talking to each other. So that was the concept of the structure. We said if we give them now the problem of the unhoused, they would first do a town hall meeting for the unhoused, and they would invite the whole community out. These are people that touch the homeless, whether they're downtown business owners, whether they're feeding them, clothing them, whatever, whether they are unhoused at the time. Everybody's invited to the room, and they throw up what's the issues, what's the problems, whatever, and then ultimately we come here. Where to locate it, who will manage it, but everybody's at the table. And you will find the temperature in your community. If people are saying, we're willing to do it, we can see it, it can be in our neighborhood, we'll have to wait, we'll have to see or whatever, then but that's how you get the community buy-in. And then you find out who's going to be the leader of that group, and that group is fed back to the city. That group doesn't get any city money, doesn't get any of the millions, doesn't get any of the ARPA funds, it's just solving the solution. They may come back and say the community's too divided. They're just not willing to stomach this. And then we have to decide what we're going to do. And that will then be but then I think this group will be able to say, our community is not stomaching it, and we can't do it. But it's unacceptable. I'm talking here now, I'm taking off my health commissioner hat, and I'm Middletown hat. I've been here longer than most of you guys are old. Unacceptable for us not to do anything. We waste too much time, effort, and money having this problem every year. So I had mentioned to Jim, if nothing else, if we could have a downsized warming shelter out of this plan, right? So that we know that we can have these pallets in our coffers, so that when the winter time comes, we can put them up, and that's where we can place people at that time, and then tear them down in the spring. At least you've started to solve one problem, inclement weather for, the unhoused. But when we start getting into their mental health, their addictions, their stages, we are not social workers. That's just so far out of our realm that we get bogged down by that, and it becomes a political sludge. Now, I agree that everybody needs to come together, but guess what? Are you guys okay that everybody didn't? Because you guys can do that on your side and start talking to your counterparts in the cities and townships or whatever, but they just keep talking. Next time, somebody's elected, and it just keeps rolling. Yep. Nothing really happens. That's what we're saying, the political sludge. And if we come back, you guys get your heads. If we come back next fall, you heard the community person that said, y'all know that wintertime comes every year, and we're at the same problem. So here we go.
That's what in California, the Hopa Valley Resource Mission, they took over the funding responsibility. They write grants to continue the thing. So once the equipment's bought, they manage it, they operate it, they fund it, so then we're not supplying them funding. That's why that model is so nice in North Hollywood, is because they're funding it, they have their criteria who gets in, and they fund the whole thing. So unlike Madison, that's completely funded by the ARPA funds, California took it and handed it over to the Mission Valley, and they operate it, they fund it, they write the grants, they keep it going. So to me, that would be the goal, is whoever's operating it has a way to continue to fund the operation. So.
Well, one quick thing Jackie just reminded me too is semantics becomes kind of important on this, the way you talk about things for the public. And I think it was Madison that started referring to this as a campground and the people there as campers, because somehow we find it a little more acceptable somehow to think about campers than homeless people. And the idea is it sort of looks like a campground in the sense you got these individual locations that have electric and water and sewer, they just happen to have these little pallet shelters instead of places for RVs. So another way to kind of think about it.
And it goes back to what Monica was saying, that if you put down that infrastructure, the water, the electricity or whatever, what else could it evolve into if it's not working? Could it become a campground that people can use really for, because you have the infrastructure there? Because we always need to think about the what next step, because sometimes things just do not work out. So you don't want to spend a lot of money and effort in something that doesn't work out. So how could we make sure that we get that return for our investment and it doesn't, we just don't waste money. But I think the effort is worthwhile. The media should have been involved in all this conversation, because I think you guys are the hardest working municipality working on unhoused. I kid you not. I'm all over the county and people want it. They just want them out of sight, right? So they don't have to deal with it, so they don't have to see them.
And that credit also has to go back to our police department.
Absolutely.
Because they're the ones that are on the ground working so hard.
Absolutely.
On this, in addition to all of the private
Absolutely.
services that are being offered.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate the sort of creative idea of what next. If that's, really being smart about how we invest in whatever site would or could be chosen for this, I think is really important. I mean, it's always going to be a tough topic to talk about. I think
And like
for
so many
everyone
other projects though, remember we have available ARPA funding that we didn't have before. So it's not like we're dipping into the general fund or reserves or anything.
And so do all of these other communities around us too. And so that has to be, I think that has to be addressed as well. We have this money, but so do all of these other communities. And, we have to hold.
Have you spoken with anybody in other communities?
No, I'm just
asking if there's somebody, okay.
I just know there's some communities in Butler County, there's no way in hell they'd have this.
This is such a tough topic, you're right, and we know that we could have the whole 2 days filled up with nothing but this, because, it's just really hard to come to those answers. And as we started to think about it too, the first part of this is always, well, if we started imagining this as some kind of permanent facility, we sort of know what the politics of that is. You're just never going to get there. It's not going to happen. The idea of something that's sort of portable and that, at least as an experiment, makes some sense in that regard. And the idea that if nothing else, it can be used for temporary shelters for people because of a calamity or a natural disaster or whatever. So there are some obvious built-in benefits of that, but at the same time, it's a tough discussion. But I love what Jackie and this group with the action circles have put together, because whether it's this issue or at-risk youth or opioid addiction or whatever those really tough issues that we deal with, there needs to be that kind of group of community involvement and leaders and people that are saying, how do we figure this out as a community and come up with the right answers? And as Jackie said, those questions. And I started out saying we're a teeny tiny piece. Cities can't do very much in this area. It's federal, it's state, it's county, it's faith-based, it's nonprofits, it's all those other people. All we can really look at is a portion of this transitional housing. And everybody else has to, and if they don't, then we're not very successful and it won't work. So we had to introduce it, wanted to talk about it, see if it could go somewhere. And if nothing else, as was said, warming shelter comes up every year, and we got to deal with that. So
I don't think we should stop the conversation right here, though. I don't think we've done anything. I feel like we need to devote a little bit more time, because I don't think we gave anybody any direction. Do you guys?
Well, it's my understanding that the direction now is that we reach out to the community and start getting some of that feedback from them now that this idea or concept has been presented. I mean, what I would ask...
As a council, we just said we can't move forward without other communities getting involved. So that's what I'm getting at. We can talk to our
community. Do we want to tackle
but...
this just ourselves if the community wants to, or do we wait for the whole county to get with us?
Well, I mean, is it realistic that other cities, and not just Butler County, across the state, the other cities are going to also do something? Because if not, I'm all about charging all sorts of money for anybody that shows up that somehow is related to another city, and they can pay for everything associated with that person. But we need to do something. I'm in agreement. We've got to do something. I don't know that it's realistic that other cities are going to step up to the plate. I don't know, and in a timely fashion.
Can I propose something, Nicole?
Yeah.
First of all, you guys have done exactly what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to talk and ask all those hard questions because understand, the community's not going to think about Section 8 and all that kind of stuff. So you guys are doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. The community people, after that meeting yesterday, they met for another 2 hours. And they are prepared to have a town hall meeting on the homeless March 24th. This has nothing to do with the political body. This has to do with people that care about homelessness in their community and the temperature. So that community group can get all of that and keep feeding this body with information that they're finding in the community to start the process. And if nothing else, we can use this exact same model for the warming shelter in the fall to start to see what that looks like. But you guys do not want, when I say you guys, I can say we guys because it's a city. We don't want to be back at they have no place to go in the fall. And it's unacceptable to spend a whole lot of money in building something at the last minute. And as we roll out, we're all going to be, I have a meeting next week with that opiate money, which I think the group decided to talk about housing issues. So we're all going to be part of meetings in the future. But if we have a plan and a package, whether we do 10 homes or 60, whether we do 4 months or permanent or whatever, we can start rolling down, gathering that information. So you're right, you need a motion in a second or whatever as far as where we're going next. But understand that the community is rolling to try to see if we can give information to solve this, this issue and this problem.
I think that's great.
Yeah, I would like to ask staff to just really try to push that out in as many avenues as possible through the newspaper and through social media, and really get people involved in that meeting at the end of the month.
Absolutely.
And get that feedback from them so that we can take next steps.
Right now, we've gotten March 24th. That should be a Thursday at Miami University. We got permission to do it at Miami University. That happened last night, about 6 o'clock. So that's why.
I thought it was going to be kind of like the moratorium yesterday I talked about, that we get the community feedback and then we proceed.
But I think, our citizens can only do so, they can give us feedback, but where's the coordination on a bigger level? We have to do something about that, and that's not for our citizens to do. So that's what I'm getting at.
I know, but I'm trying to, how do we decide that today?
Well, I think we should divide and conquer. Like, how are people going to go? Who's going to talk to these cities, or you know what I'm talking? Like, we need some sort of an action plan for that. Otherwise, I'm assuming Jim's doing it. Jim's assuming council's doing it. Jackie's all over the map doing it. I just would like to know.
You guys are doing the county portion, correct? You guys
are we? I don't know. We met with them, but that's what I'm getting at. Like, I don't want to have. I'm assuming other people.
Well, one of the things that I've seen is we're trying to build some passion and energy, and that really has been working. And these things tend to work when they're organic. They don't work very well when we try to impose them. And that's what Jackie is talking about, sort of allowing these people that suddenly have gotten very passionate and energetic and advocates behind it to want to become involved. We gave them an idea, a thought, let them see where it goes, how it becomes an organic process to say what does the community find acceptable, what doesn't it find acceptable, how can we start. This is such a hard topic. I don't know how else to start it except to sort of do that. Give them some ideas, see if those ideas percolate, become an organic solution, or if they start to divide, and then we can get back together and say, well, maybe we can help to channel it or something. So
again, that's the community, though. Oh yeah.
Got a thought for them.
This is a really small hole in the fence, but I know people right now who lost everything during COVID and are working and homeless because you can never make enough money when you're making $10 an hour to get a down payment, get a deposit on an apartment and your electricity and your water and all of that. I don't know how much longer they'll remain homeless, but that pallet concept would be perfect for them. They are people who need mental health counseling. They just need a hand up. And one thing that we did talk about with this community group that I'm a part of, that Jackie's talking about, is that every person has their own sphere of influence. The people they can encourage to come to that town hall so that we do get a picture of what our community will or will not accept or help with or throw their towel in. So let's, all of us, use our sphere of influence and get us there. get everybody there at Miami. And these 4 people I know about, I'm gonna ask them to take the day off. I might even pay them to take the day off so that they can be there and tell us what they're experiencing.
I'm happy to re-engage with the folks I engaged with last fall, and engage their interest. And we were just kind of having a sidebar over here that maybe Rodney's self-group and that little carve-out that they're going to have might be a good place for this topic to be raised.
What group? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say. The what group?
So.
Oh, self, I got you.
Yeah. I was down there last month, and I met with Fairfield and Hamilton, a couple of their council members, and we talked a little bit, so it's a good chance to. Jackie, I'd be more than happy to go to the meetings with you if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we should definitely, some council member going to those opioid meetings.
Yeah. I do think that if we lead the way, I think others will follow. Though I think that, like Jim said, it's going to grow organically. So yeah, I mean, we might have to step out and be the leaders of it, but somebody has to at some point.
I think having Jeff
maybe
and
that's how we
self
get
at
the
the table
buy-in
is
by just starting.
absolute.
Yeah, they're huge in that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are like that. They don't want to take the chance or
I
be
think that's how we also end up with so many services in Middletown.
Absolutely.
Well, I think you
And
start.
then they all come.
Yeah, I think at that point you have to start small then, and the idea would be to grow. I don't know if you want to. Whatever. I don't know.
And I suspect that this is why staff proposed this solution. I think Jackie said a couple of times, look, this is something that if you just want to use it as a warming shelter replacement every year, you can just use it as a warming shelter replacement every year. It's $1 million up front, and you paid $100,000 this year for a temporary warming shelter. You recoup that investment over years, even if that's all you ever do with it. It also could be a springboard to address some of the bigger regional issues that you have.
You know, maybe in the wintertime it's more, and in the summertime it's just a few temporary houses for the people who need that hand up at certain times throughout the year. I mean, I think that there's certainly a lot of flexibility with the plan that's been presented, but we just really have to kind of vet all that out with the community.
Does staff have any recommendations on location? Have you looked at?
Chief, I know that you've talked about 1 or 2 locations, and we have to keep in mind always, you know, we don't want to impose it on a neighborhood, so it's likely sort of industrial or commercial in nature. There was one particular that you were.
We looked at the old Save-A-Lot, the old Target on University. It's in the bus route. It's away from everything. You got AK Steel behind you. Dr. Foster attended our last meeting. He worked with the Hope House. I think his wife runs a child care facility there. They've already talked to the owners of the buildings, and they're for it. That was one location. We looked at some other locations just right outside of the city, but that was one location we looked at. We just think the bus route would be there. You have AK Steel behind you. You don't have any other real residents that would cause any problem. We feel we could get about 50 homes in there, these little pallet homes. We think it would be a good location for that. That's just one location that we thought of that we feel that would be sufficient to do what we're wanting to do. Plus, it's, you know, you have the parking lot, which is obviously concrete, which would be a foundation for them. So that's one location we looked at.
Can you explain where that is a little? I don't.
It's on University at McCurry, so it's the old Save-A-Lot, the old Target there. So
You don't know old Target, do you?
Just take McCurry and yeah, right across from the new fire.
You sound like those old cops who used to say, by the old A&P, and they're like,
You know where the Meadows across the street. It's right across from the new fire station.
Where you like used to be.
Yeah, Midwest.
Midwest Auto, or Ammo.
Ammo, that's right.
But we looked at other locations too. I mean, to me, that's a great location.
Around the Meadows.
Oh, God. Across from the new fire headquarters.
Around the Meadows.
So right across from the fire station.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah, it's right across the street.
Yes,
That's the nicest house I've ever been in.
they've been trying to use that.
And if anything happened, response time would be perfect.
But again, that's why the first thing we said was location is so hard. You know, you gotta get buy-in. You gotta have a lot of things that come to play. And the one thing that's really been very sort of exciting to me was to see those people just the other day, how engaged and excited they got. They've been looking for some way to put their energy, their activity behind it. And just sometimes giving someone, you know, the nudge, the opportunity to say, hey, here's a possible solution, and you know, they sort of run with it. It pivots and it adapts, and it looks a little different by the time it's done, but at least you got them started, and maybe that's where we're at. So.
Before you move on, is Ghostbusters the official name?
It is official name because that's what you remember. I'm just kidding. You had to see me yesterday. I was doing a dance.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's just people get asked, and I'll be like, well, you part of Ghostbusters? And they're like,
I'll
what?
tell you what, if you say Ghostbusters, it's picking up traction, but we don't know what the name is. We're going to let the community decide what the name is.
Okay.
Maybe it might be trademarked. That might
They've
be
been
a
going by
trademark.
Coalition for a Healthy Middletown
That's right.
for
Thank
now.
you.
Okay.
Keep me on track, Nicole.
And we knew absolutely on this topic we would get off schedule, but we stayed pretty close. That's pretty good. I really appreciate it. That's exactly what a strategic planning session is supposed to be. That kind of really active engagement, the idea of talking about things to try to take on those difficult decisions. The next topic we have is capital reinvestment. So, you will recall we started talking about last year's strategic planning session. We brought forward the idea of a new financial policy that said, if we get to a point where our general fund undesignated capital reserves are beyond a certain percentage of a yearly budget, as determined post-audit in any given year, then it is probably prudent to say that we've got more money than we need simply to keep for general reserves, and we ought to dedicate those funds, those so-called surplus funds, to one-time, high-priority capital improvements. You all then, as a city council, about mid-year, did approve that policy, which said if it's over 20%, that those funds will, in fact, then each year go to high-priority capital improvements. And we do our audits, and they're done, Nathan, probably about July, I'm thinking. That's about the
Yeah,
time of year.
they'll be finalized probably by the end of July.
By the end of July.
Yeah.
But once we're through a year, while it's pre-audit, we still know really closely. You know, we know what that audit's going to be within a certain margin of error. So at this point in time, with 2021 behind us, we feel reasonably comfortable that the amount above that 20%, once that audit is done in July, is going to look like about $6 million. So those funds then could be transferred into the capital improvement fund for currently unbudgeted projects and initiatives. Now, part of this long-term should also be based then on our existing, well-documented 10-year capital improvement program forecasting model, which we've got a lot done on it, but we're not, fully there yet. Scott, what would you say? How are we doing on this, generally speaking, overall with our capital improvement program, in terms of having it the kind of position, and maybe that's a Nathan question as well, where we want it to be?
I mean, I don't think we're too far off, Nathan. Would you agree?
No, I mean, we're 95% there. I mean, really, the last component really of looking at long-term, because the way I look at this for your folks is, future decisions budgetarily and investment-wise is projecting our fund balances into the future based on assumed revenues, assumed expenses, the timing of certain projects, and really the final piece of that puzzle is really to have a discussion here in the near future on some of our utility needs, whether they be water or sewer capital needs, and future rate structure to accommodate those one way or another. But in totality, we've projected maintaining our fund balances and all of our capital funds over that 10-year period at healthy reserve levels to, absorb any unexpected issues or the retiming of things, and looking at also projects that have third-party funding and putting that into the model as well. So by and large, I would say at least the next 5 years are very, very clear from a staff perspective as to what the plan of action would be.
And as Nathan alludes to, that CIP then basically tries to identify all those sources of funding that we think will cover the various things we need. But then this, what we're talking about here, is to sort of cover those places that we just can't otherwise identify any legitimate funding for, basically. You know, there aren't any grants, there's not an enterprise fund to pay for it, there's not some revenue stream that we've identified or whatever, so this then fills that gap, hopefully, for highest priority among those things that we haven't otherwise identified funding for. So, we wanted to give you sort of an example, and again, this is just an example, a starting point. You know, if you like it, great. If you don't, it gives us the opportunity to talk about what we need to look at differently or change or whatever. But in imagination, an example of how might you want to use that $6 million. So, we identified 4 areas primarily of utilization for them. Number 1, municipal facility improvements and needed maintenance. And we'll talk about that in a presentation here. The remaining amount of premium pay to cover our employees that weren't included within the ARPA budget. Park improvements, and that's the vast majority of it. And as we started thinking about, again, what is it that we haven't identified funding for? So we tried to come up with these answers of how to fund underground utilities, water, sewer, storm sewer, physical buildings like fire stations, jails, etc. But the one place that's hard to find capital monies for, and we haven't done that much over time, probably with the exception of Sunset Park, is a lot of park improvements. And we've had this benefit just recently, which is fantastic. That's going to give us a lot of the information of what we want to talk about, is having just done that Parks Master Plan. Because part of that Parks Master Plan was to go through a whole continuum of saying, what is the absolute immediate needs that we really ought to be doing? What are some basic improvements? And then what are some of those sort of more aspirational, as we talked about? You know, going down that continuum, what can we get done in terms of that? And then the last part on this is a parking lot out at the airport, because we've been talking about that for a very long time, and a lot of the things that we're talking about that need to occur there are all dependent upon better located, better quality, and more just parking out there. So, 22 facility improvements. Staff would recommend using a portion of the general fund reserves to address deferred facility needs. And this really is the first phase of a multi-year facilities maintenance and upgrade plan. Projects proposed represent those scored as, right now, the highest priority. The things that are causing the greatest harm, greatest concern. What do you need to do, obviously, at the highest level? With some adjustments because of budget constraints on what you can do with the amount of money. So that then covers about $1,242,000. They primarily focus on emergency operations preparedness, climate control improvements for energy savings, simple city hall structural maintenance, and then drainage and liability mitigation.
Does this include the tiles and
the pavers?
The pavers, yeah.
No, that's actually budgeted.
That project is budgeted.
And what about closing the drive-through? We talked about that for security.
That would be part of the paver project.
Okay, so that's already that's already baked.
That's
Okay.
budgeted.
Okay.
So, this we talked about, the City Hall generator replacement. Now, we put in a grant application. We're awaiting final decision on that. Total cost is about $510,000. We are certainly hoping that we would receive the grant award for that. That would reduce our cost to just $70,000. Now, in the event of the grant not being awarded, this project would take greater priority over the others because of the emergency operation needs. Scott, anything updated on just that situation?
No, I think we're receiving final bids, and I think that should be going to council pretty soon for recommendation.
Yeah, and this is just an absolute need. We just simply can't function much longer.
Right. We would pay for it up front with general fund capital reserves, and then reimburse that fund once the grant is.
The second thing, and I will let Chief Burke talk about this, we've been talking about for some time, a really critical need is police department locker room renovations. We think the costs are right around $300,000. Very obsolete, not functional at all. There's just a whole series of things that the chief will tell you about.
So as Chief Metersball, or former Chief Metersball would say, Our locker room was built in 1975. It's completely outdated. The lockers are smaller than the school lockers. So the number one thing is we're out of room too. So for us to complete this project, we actually have to take over the current squad room to expand. I have examples of the lockers we're going to be doing. So we're going to get double wide lockers, the ones with the benches on them. Most officers right now currently have 3 or 4 lockers to keep all their stuff in. So we're definitely expand the lockers. This would actually give us around 91 lockers for the men's, and then we're adding, going to 21 lockers for the females. This is long overdue. The space, we've just outdated it, and we need to expand. That's why we're taking over the squad room. And then with that, we would turn around and make the training room slash squad room for the department. So we have another alternative to inspections. We do daily inspections for each shift. So that would be held in the training room, and when they leave there, we can also use that as the training and inspection room for everyday squad room activities. But this is long overdue. Talking to Nathan, I think he's put 350 in there. The bid I had received was around 315. So we're going to have to rebid that. We're probably going to rebid that. We only got one bid. We'll have to put that up through Samantha and Finance. We'll have to put that out for quotes and pricing. So that'll happen probably in April. Our goal is sometime in July to start the project. So they told us it'd be about a 6-week project. But that's something I think would increase morale too. The stuff is just completely outdated. We have to do something, and we have the plans and everything else. So I think it's something that would, give the current employees something new, more space, expanding new showers, new bathrooms. So I just think it's something that's long overdue.
Yeah, like what we talked about, I think when they built that, there was no female police officers in Middletown. They had one jail matron that was a female. So the female facilities there are horrible. So I think that's what the chief is, the world changed.
So are there female facilities? They're just not.
They're tiny.
They're very small.
Well, we expanded the female, took over some of the males a couple of years ago, about 4 years ago. But again, they still have these small lockers.
Right.
So by redoing this, taking over the squad room, we'll give the females 21 lockers, the expanded bigger lockers that can hold everything. A lot of our officers, like I said, have 3 or 4 lockers. If you're on SWAT, honor guard, patrol, you need lockers for everything. This gives us the ability to have bigger lockers that can hold all their equipment. And each officer can get 1 locker, including reserve officers. So they would have 21 lockers. We have 13 females, so that gives us the ability to expand. And then we also would have 91 lockers for the males that we can expand, but we do have male reserve officers, we have corrections officers. That does give us the ability to expand for future hires.
I think once you guys get a little further down the road and you've got sort of architecturals that show the difference between what used to be and would be, that would be helpful, just to visualize how the change is going to improve. And
I have that
Do you
for
have
you.
that?
I'll just pass it around. Hang on a minute.
While he's doing that, what's the roof situation at the city building? I know sometimes we're sitting in council meetings and we just see a random drop of water.
Oh, it was hitting people
Pop
at the
down.
podium
It's like,
on one meeting.
If we have a bad roof.
That wasn't a roof
Okay.
issue.
That was an HVAC or something?
That was a bathroom issue.
Okay.
So wait a minute.
HVAC. That's worse. But the roof is the roof okay?
Maybe I
We don't
shouldn't have
have a
mentioned
roof. Okay. We don't have a roof.
It's not water, that's a bathroom.
It's just like plumbing issue. That's the one plumbing issue.
Plumbing.
This is the 80 area. We decided to get for the fees. So this is your expanded water. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Well, next time it happens, I'll laugh even harder knowing where it's coming from.
Great.
Our
Got any other
apologies to
questions?
anybody who got dripped on.
Yeah,
in
that was
that.
mommy issue. It was clean
Chief,
water.
as the,
Clean water, clean water.
If
Todd
the
doesn't
training
explain.
room is going to become a
Scott.
squad room / is that going to still be open for? like,
Yeah, it'll be open. We just have to schedule it ahead of time like we do now. I know several other departments use the training room. IT uses it a lot. But we just schedule it. There's plenty of room in detectives that we have to do inspection in there. But we make it work, but we're just out of space.
Yeah.
And if we want to expand the locker room, and we had to either take the workout room out or the training room. We decided the training or the squad room was the best way to take out.
I noticed you guys didn't take the snack room out.
No, we can't. Snack room. Let's see what you say.
I think Paul would like that.
So,
Anybody else?
any other
Things
questions?
like this are important. I mean, it's just quality of life and quality of the job. Little things like this to keep people around.
Well, and in fact, we have a lot of, we work with the DEA, we have other departments come in and we take them to the locker room and it's just so outdated. It hasn't been touched since, what, 1974? So we have to do something. And I think this is a way to really build morale and they would have more space.
I think seeing a lot of the plans for the expansion of the locker room spaces in the firehouses and just our inclusivity and in that respect, and also helping the police to have the same sort of inclusivity for their female officers, I think is really nice.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great.
Something we talked about yesterday, of course, was, just our overall staffing levels that went down so much over time. And because of that, City Hall was very functional. But now, as we start to imagine we may need more staffing and that becomes a natural consequence moving forward, as the chief says, we're out of space. And the entire 4th floor of City Hall, for instance, is occupied by the schools, which has been a great partnership for us, and it's wonderful. But at some point in time, the schools may decide that they want or need different space, and then that could be additional space for us. So that's a longer-term thought, but the idea is, if we do get larger and we are needing more space, we are currently having a building that, the schools are there, but we may not both be able to continue to function with everything we need there. Then there's a question of the jail. If the jail did ultimately move somewhere else, then it would allow the chief to have more evidence storage, more other functional space, and other things that they might be able to move into. So longer term thoughts on that.
Jim, what? I'm not sure. I wasn't here when we moved the city schools into the 4th floor. But what are the terms of that lease agreement? Is that something that we can touch on real quick, just so we know how that could play out?
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know.
I think it was 10 years.
10 years. There's some renewal terms in there.
Okay. And how many years left in that 10-year?
Probably 3,
Okay.
4.
Four, maybe. And I want to say
So
there was an out
relatively short
at some point
term,
in the last
and
year.
if we're thinking of.
So it may be something the schools may be thinking about too, because I don't know what if anyone knows their long-term thoughts.
It's certainly something I think we should get to the table with them and talk about before it gets here, just so that we know sort of where they're at and so that we can plan for that.
Yeah. Very true.
It's probably been 2 or 3 years since we've had discussions with them about it. They had debated moving at one point, but then they decided to re-up the city building maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
And they decided they really liked that facility, so I don't know if it's changed since then, but.
Yeah.
I think part of it is, and I don't think it's a forever situation, they like being able to walk downstairs and have a conversation with city staff so that you can collaborate.
Sure.
But that may not be forever.
Yeah.
But one of those just things to think about. Second issue, we talked about structural maintenance projects. We have some just basic repairs to the exterior concrete support columns. You probably have all seen that as you come into City Hall. There's some exposed rebar, corrosion, cracks, about a $40,000 effort there. There's a support column there by the police department evidence cages. It's about $12,000. So again, the kind of things that just absolutely really need to be done. There's some drainage and liability mitigation. Drainage on the plaza side of City Hall. Scott, you want to describe?
Yeah, that's that trench drain out there in the concrete, which I think we would probably look at that when we do the paver, that out paver project as well.
Okay. What do we feel is the timing on the paver project?
Good question. Well, we're trying to finalize plans and get it out.
And I know without a city engineer and a Central Avenue and a $51 million paving project, everything else that we're working on.
Right. I mean, obviously over time, that project always falls to the back of the line with everything else. Realistically, I'm hoping to get it out to bid this summer, early summer.
I mean, if we have a budget, we're gonna have to.
I think it's around 1 million.
It's around $1 million, maybe a little bit over $1 million.
Right.
Yeah. I funded from several different capital sources. The climate control improvements for energy savings within City Hall. And if anybody's been in or around kind of the wing, the suite where the city manager and economic development's been for these last 8, 10, 12 weeks or whatever, we have struggled with heat. Haven't had any. I mean, there's all kinds of issues there, but they really need to fully replace the fin tubing system and the VAV boxes, whatever those are. Cost, year one of the two-phase project is $750,000. The current heating system is not designed to meet the building heating needs. These boxes, regulated climate control by zones. There are very large temperature differences currently encountered throughout City Hall. Some people will have multiple, space heaters on every part of their office. Others are, burning up. So noted there. We also need HVAC dampers, $20,000. The damper system is original to the building. There's no insulation. Many of these dampers are no longer functioning. We have to manually manipulate the system, constantly requiring maintenance, so it's hard to balance air in the building. And that building was built when, Scott?
76.
76. So yeah, at this point it's starting to feel its age, as you might imagine. So we have any number of issues that are starting to manifest, but these are the highest priority for just simple sort of comfort. So that kind of makes up that $1,242,000 generator, police department lockers, structural maintenance, drainage and liability, climate control. Of course, these are estimates. As we get closer to post audit and having real numbers and then also having the real expenses, we'll come back, but we wanted to get these in front of you as a first blush to say, we think these are the highest priority, and then get your input, and this will allow you to see kind of the sum total of all of these things.
Where do we pull from if we don't get the generator grant?
Well, then it just becomes a higher priority and we don't go as far down the list. I guess, Scott, is that what you would say? Or?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, probably we would move back to climate control improvements.
So we would eliminate the
locker room, I guess.
Yeah. So
in my locker room already.
No, the police department locker rooms will have to get done.
the climate control improvements, does that lower our overall bills for the city building?
Lord, yes.
Yeah, what kind of cost savings?
So I don't want to eliminate things that are going to save us money long term.
Scott, would that have any impact?
Yeah, and I don't know the exact impact. I mean, I know it's kind of funny when we talk to our energy broker, when they look at our bills in the winter time, they're like, why do you guys have all this extra electric usage in the winter time? Oh, it's because we're running all these space heaters.
That's true.
So just speaking of the second floor, I can tell you on any given winter day, there are at least 18 space heaters running the entire day.
So if we have all these are the things we need to address with this money. It seems pretty
I
important.
appreciate that. Is there some way that maybe we could pull from the drainage and liability mitigation column if we needed to? Or
why are we spending capital improvement money on staff? The next piece to this was, what was the next one that you're talking about? On overtime staffing? Yeah, premium pay. That's not a capital
Well, that's
improvement.
because we didn't have enough money budgeted originally for the ARPA for what we're paying out.
But can we adjust our ARPA funding?
Right, that's where I'm.
We could.
Yeah, and
That's
that
why I
was a
wrote that.
point that we were gonna make today, Mayor,
'Cause,
was that, is that.
Council
hey,
didn't approve.
You folks established kind of a
But
walking around
capital.
budget for ARPA uses. And the idea was, okay, in looking at what had been presented and accepted by council with AFSCME recently, what's being proposed with FOP, and in general what would be proposed with the rest of staff on the payroll, would be, hey, you initially last year in the fall said, hey, X amount of dollars for premium pay. That's all adjustable. There's actually a caveat on a slide or two here from now, is to say, hey, is
Seems
that
more
somewhere
appropriate bucket to pull from than the capital improvement.
Again, yeah, a lot of different discussions as, again, very, very much flexible. Changes can be made, giving you the initial blush to say, these are the important issues. How can we succeed in finding ways to cover these? And the good news being that there will be about $6 million more. The park improvements are a very big part of what we're proposing here. It makes up about $4 million of it. So,
Jim, before you go on, can I ask Nathan a question? And I ask this every 2 years, so has anything changed with our bonding companies that they are going to want us to hold a higher limit than, I mean, usually it's 15%, to keep our bond rating. Has anything changed with them with that they're still comfortable with 15? We don't need that. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any, there's not going to be any, really with the amount of money we're talking about here, there's not going to be any negative, nor is there really going to be positive impact on our bond rating. No need to hold it higher. or review. The things that like Moody's and S&P look at is they get a little concerned if you have very wild variations, especially when you're looking at significant deficit spending more than 1 year or maybe 2 years in a row. They're like, hey, what's your long-term trend going to be? And also if there's any other issues along that line, but keeping that reserve balance in the general fund is not an issue.
So as we've suggested, the recommendation is to use a portion of these general fund reserves for the deferred park facility needs. And this, of course, would be just the first phase of what would be a really long-term effort to start to reinvest in the parks. This says recreation, that's a whole other story. I think we kind of brought that up yesterday. We don't have a recreation program. This is really about parks, the facilities in the parks, but they allow for recreation. So it's a passive recreation in the sense that there are facilities that allow recreation, but we don't have active recreation staffing. So for the 22, really this identifies immediate needs, and we'll get into that as far as what the Parks Master Plan said, as well as certain selected basic improvement projects. So you have that sort of immediate, those are the absolute worst, highest priority. And then once you start getting into basic improvement projects, then there's a lot more flexibility from the standpoint of what do you want to see done as a community? Do you think one park has greater utility or value or urgency than the other, as opposed to maybe what was listed in the Parks Master Plan? But again, a beginning to the discussion, and it gives you some sense of where $4 million would go. So this covers about 4 of the 6 million that we're talking about, and it's divided as $1,400,000 for those immediate improvement needs, and those are taken directly out of the Parks Master Plan, just straight out of what they proposed and exactly the way they proposed it. Then there are selected basic community park improvements that amount to $2,369,000. And again, a lot more flexibility in saying, and that's where we want to hear more discussion. And then there's $230,000 in some planning, neighborhood and mini park planning. So in total, that gets you to the $4 million. So Scott, you are more than welcome to come on up here and spend time with this, or I can just be reading it, but I know you know a whole lot more about it. This is the immediate needs taken directly out of the Parks Master Plan. And for instance, it says in Dixie Heights Park, it would replace the basketball court, replace the baseball dugouts, and that's $327,000. In Douglas Park, resurface the parking lot, investigate structural integrity of the picnic shelters, retrofit the picnic shelters to add a ceiling, $185,000. Goldman Park, demolish the northern parking lot, remove the batting cage, replace the bleachers, replace dugout roofs, remove graffiti. Lefferson Park, replace the sport court, replace playground surface, remove unsafe playground features, $368,000. Those are considered community parks. In the neighborhood parks, divided among Damon, Sherman, Oakland, and Old South, you see a Damon Park replacing sport court, repair the court lighting, repair the picnic shelter pad, $129,000. For Sherman Park, enlist a CPSI certified playground inspector, analyze the playground equipment, remove any play equipment that poses a safety concern, and replace equipment with a vendor approved by Middletown Parks, $1,500, not much. Oakland Park, remove concrete that is causing a tripping hazard, enlist a CPS certified, again, playground inspector, do those kinds of things, do that minimal $14,000. Old South, remove the grass underneath the swing sets, install 5R to manufacturer's recommended depth, $2,400. Avalon Park, again, $1,500. And then Michigan Park, replacing the sport court, removing the concrete that's causing tripping hazard, removing grass from underneath the swing steps, installing the 5R, having the certified playground inspector, removing any equipment that poses a safety concern, $131,000. And then various design detail character standards for $25,000 to $35,000. So again, this concept of really just immediate kinds of things to make certain they meet standards, or that you're replacing things that are in really bad shape. Scott, you went through this whole process.
Right, I mean, this is also directly from the Parks Master Plan process.
And of course, the numbers will change somewhat, obviously, when you get into it, but you know, the idea is about $1.4 million goes to these immediate needs and divided among those particular areas in that particular imagined way.
Where did the cost estimates come from?
The consultant that did
So those are going to be 20% higher by the time we go to, I'm just thinking about.
I'm hoping they're conservative.
I think the consultants typically try to always make certain that
I
they
don't know, I'm
never
just
come
saying
in
with
low.
COVID, that's not like a.
Right, that's not a guarantee.
I just think we need to think about that with that budget and how long ago they put those numbers together before inflation started to.
Although most of these, like again, I will say most consultants, they build in big contingencies and account for inflation. So they usually never want to come in to show that they were too light. So, and I realize we have inflation, so maybe they'll be closer.
I was just talking to Scott here, and when those numbers were developed by our consultant that did the master plan on behalf of the city, I think this was finalized in the late fall, I believe. They had a 20% contingency kind of baked into the cake of some of these costs. But you are right, Mayor. I mean, we are seeing inflationary impact on a lot of things when you're bidding on.
I just look at the Sherman Park, $1,500 to replace the whole, that just seems a little, I don't know, but I don't, okay, just keep it in mind.
Yes.
I think the good thing about this too is that you're setting a priority that says, hey, we have a Parks Master Plan that lays out what the high priority items are. And so the idea is you start at the top with the immediate high priorities and work your way down. And so the money lasts as long as we can make it last. But you're saying, hey, here's the general priority list and we're going to get as far down this list as we can.
And the other thing is, if this is a priority to you all, then we want to hear from you as well as part of this process, leading up to when you'll be making these decisions in July. What are some of the highest priorities you'd like to see? There are certain things in parks maybe that you know have been a problem, you'd love to see addressed. Can we not address them here? Can they be? What would be the costs? So that in the meantime, maybe Scott and others are saying, okay, now we can identify and research what might be the cost to do some of the things that maybe you'd be thinking about. Now with basic improvements, that is divided among Dixie Heights Park, $58,000, Douglas Park, $211,000, Goldman Park, $1.1 million, Lefferson Park, $887,000, and Smith Park, $100,000. So let's look at where those go.
Can I, real quick, I know something we're going to hear when we talk about $4 million going towards parks is, could we buy a fire station with that? So just keep that in mind when it comes to this, and there's a levy on the ballot, and I think a lot of the parks, ultimately, there's a return on investment, income tax wise, because we can get people to come to live here when we have great amenities, but I just want us to be keeping that argument in mind, because I know I'm gonna hear for sure a $4 million price tag on parks is gonna come straight through my text messages in 2 seconds, personally, so I'm just putting it out there as we think about these.
And again, as we go through this, this could go other places, but this comes out of the Parks Master Plan, and it's a selected series of basic improvements that together total that next amount of money. Dixie Heights Park, installing permanent parking and a park entry along Titus, $29,000. The entrance park entrance and landscape edge along Jewel, $14,000. Some contingency money, and then the design and engineering. With Douglas Park, enhancing the neighborhood connectivity to the park and the pedestrian safety with traffic calming at the entrances, crosswalks, and along Minnesota and Lafayette. So the crosswalks are $6,300. The splash pad, $150,000. Scott, is that kind of just a retrofit and upgrade?
Yeah, so the Douglas Park splash pad has some major problems, like underground piping. Most of the existing toys, the water features don't work. So it needs some major reinvestments put into it.
You want to come up here, Scott? That would be easier because you'll be talking about all this stuff.
Do we have like a approximate number of residents that each of these parks serves?
You know, that I think in the master plan we did do some of that where we looked at what a community park would serve versus a neighborhood park.
I mean, to me, that kind of would help me to understand when we're talking about how much money we're putting into each of these. I'm starting to Google and look them up because I don't even know which is which.
And keep in mind, this is just the first blush at the whole concept. This hasn't been vetted by Park Board at this point, which we're certainly going to want to do and get their input. This is really staff's just, hey, well, this is our first shot at this, and here's what we think we should do with the money. Certainly, I have other ideas that we'll definitely take into consideration. I'm sure council will want to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's why we're introducing a starting point, so that again, pick it apart, look at what's important to you, what isn't.
Right, and that would just be one of my asks or recommendations, is as this is pushed forward to different entities, we include the number of residents that are impacted.
No, with the splash pad specifically, I know, what is the age of those splash pads in town? They were all installed right around the same time when the pools came out, and so I'm just...
Probably 15 years old.
15 years old? So is that sort of a, we're at a point where things are starting to break down because they've been there for 15 years. Now, does Douglas Park's splash pad get used more than the other splash pads, or would you say that they're all sort of equally trafficked?
Smith Park being a bigger park, more activity there, probably more.
Okay.
But I mean, there's definitely usage at Douglas.
Yeah. And have you seen sort of the same overtime breakdown?
Yeah,
all
you're going to see, I think, coming up, I think we're suggesting putting 100,000 into the Smith Park.
Into the Smith Park one. Okay.
And I think we're going to start looking at, so those mechanical toys that were put in originally, there's a lot of wear and tear, like on the tipping buckets and different things.
Well, with moving parts, you're always going to have more breakdown.
Even in the Parks Master Plan, we talked about splash pads, and even possibly have a future splash pads, looking at more like jumping water features versus having these mechanical.
The user controlled or moved.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, Scott, on this particular one? Goldman Park. This one imagines quite a bit of expenditures, over $1 million. So revising the ball field alignment, demolition $72,000, baseball field dirt $30,000, baseball striping and bases, fencing $113,000, dugouts $480,000, lighting $120,000, trash receptacles, and of course your contingency and design. So talk a little bit about the concept of what's going on here, Scott.
So Goldman really hasn't received any major, well, of course, Hog Parks haven't, major upgrades in 20 plus years. So I think looking at a better ball field alignment to host, whether it's the softball programs or even baseball. I don't know if you've been there, you can go there and walk around and you'll see immediately it's in need of a lot of work. The dugouts are falling apart. The parking lot, well, I know that was more immediate needs, are falling apart. But the biggest thing I think is reconfiguring those fields to better accommodate the baseball or softball programs that would be out here.
So would it increase the number of fields over there, or would that remain the same?
I think it would slightly, but so now there's 2 large fields, and then I think you have, quote me on this, 4 or 5 smaller fields. So I think it would be laid out more like, if you recall, like Lefferson, like a traditional ballpark has the sort of the clover leaf arrangement of fields, whereas Goldman, for whatever reason, wasn't laid out that way originally. Sort of had the two fields, and then often just where they had space, they had these extra smaller fields.
Okay.
So are we envisioning Goldman to kind of be like, that'll be our baseball, softball park? I mean, when we were kids, everyone went to Smith Park, and there was 25
at this
diamonds,
point,
and
I don't, to an extent, yes.
Well, that's what I had a question about. I think I sent it to Scott and Jim.
we got Dixie as well.
Because the Midway Shoulders thing is coming in, they wanted to use Goldman, is that correct?
Right, and in fact, we met with Midway Baseball and Middletown Youth Softball Association 2 weeks ago to discuss co-use of that, because we believe at one time, softball had 700 or 800 kids out there playing softball. Well, that's not the case now. So we think there's some opportunity for them to coexist out there, at least in the short term.
Yeah, so they'll benefit from the upgrade.
Right, right. Because they'll tell you, when we met with them 2 weeks ago, they're saying, well, the city's put no money into this park for years, and they're true, and they're right. I mean, I can't argue that. So.
Rodney, the guys from Midway came and met with Park Board last week, and we specifically discussed the possible improvements at Goldman and how that could affect
their
them.
concern was, the softball thing, I sent it to Scott and Jim, was their concern was they're getting kicked out of the park.
Yeah,
and I said, I don't think that's the case.
That was never the intent. I mean, Midway, they want to work with anybody they can to coexist, and they're just looking for fields like everybody else.
Looks like it benefits both programs.
What's the park by Titus?
Dixie Heights.
So how much baseball is actually played there?
There's none right now. So the Butler County Bombers used to use that as a select team, but no one has a use agreement for Dixie Heights right now.
Okay. But we're going to put in new dugouts and everything there?
Well, there is some interest.
Okay.
I will say.
Midway expressed interest in both of those parks for different uses throughout
and
their
we
program.
certainly, I understand where you're going. We certainly can look at that to make sure that's what we want to do.
Right. I just don't want to build an obsolete park.
Right. Now there is some.
Diamond there now, and that's the best place to.
I'd rather have more high quality parks for baseball than spread out everywhere that's not being used.
And that was something that they talked about, that Midway talked about too at that meeting, was, we'd like to have a central location where, parents don't have to drive from field to field and all of that. But the improvement of the parks in the neighborhoods and having, say a baseball diamond in a neighborhood is that, all the teams that are formed, they'll be able to have practices and things closer to other neighborhoods, and that could be spread out throughout the city.
Well, and I don't disagree with that, but we don't have a huge program at this time. I'm not saying that we won't, but do we want to grow into that versus invest this upfront capital there and then it's wasted money?
I know that's an excellent point. We certainly can revisit that. And again, as I mentioned, this really needs to go back through Park Board.
I just know when I first saw that, I knew it was the Bombers field growing up, and I know nobody's played baseball there in how many years?
It's only been a couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We'll take over to the next one. So this is Lefferson Park, and updated, enhance the playground and accessibility and incorporate civic participation, $150,000. Enhance the pickleball activity area with a shelter and permanent restroom building in the Middletown Park style. Park hub with restroom building, $250,000. And then some site furnishings, including benches, bike rack, kiosk, trash receptacles, picnic table, drinking fountain, landscape. And then for the plaza connecting the hub, the basketball court, tennis court, playground, there's earthwork and grading, plaza work, and then proposed pavement. So this also is a fairly significant expenditure. Scott, thoughts on it?
Right, so I mean, really, this is all focused on sort of creating that hub there right by the pickleball courts. And then, so for example, with the playground, we've already been in discussions with Pastor Farrell at Baraka. I mean, I think they're, they would be interested in assisting with some of the funding for that. But I think overall we would need more. Pickleball obviously has been blowing up, as you all know, so I think looking at a more permanent facility, even though we will have the mobile restrooms there for them, we'll get those here the next hopefully month or so.
Has economic development have been able to reach out that like chicken and pickle or a concept like that? I know we had talked about there's extra land there and that having a actual business that's operating that involves pickleball, and those are becoming really popular. And
we have another discussion later on that is kind of tied to that. It's really
Chicken Pickle's not interested in Middletown, I can tell you that.
Scott.
Okay, it's just that's one that I'm not.
Yeah,
PCC.
but yes.
It's something that we do
It's
well
under
and we can
180 grand.
add on to. I agree with that. I mean,
And I'd like to understand why they aren't, just so I can like better understand the kind of concept at some point. But
Yeah. Sorry, they got PCC, I think it's Portland Cement Concrete. I don't know why they just said concrete. Engineers or something.
Anything else on that?
I don't think, yeah, I mean, again, it's all sort of that right there as you pull in. So ironically, we have a ADA accessible playground there, but yet you have to, if you come off the parking lot, you have to go through grass to get to it. So I mean, definitely something that needs done well.
What's nice is every restaurant on Braille benefits from that park being improved. They really do for business. Because it would pack out back at softball tournaments in the day, so.
Well, every day when I walk out of church, I go to church there. No relation to Pastor Farrell, just the same last name. But, I mean, literally there's people waiting for an hour to get onto the court there. So it's definitely a destination.
Are we thinking about expanding the court?
I don't see why we wouldn't, yeah.
That is in the Parks Master Plan. We do show some expansion of those pickleball courts long term. I mean, we didn't include it with this.
And we also have another project.
Yes.
And I don't even know
What's
if
your
you
questions?
guys, from what the pickleball people tell me, I guess ESPN2 came this year and like hosted a tournament and it was on ESPN2, so.
It's huge.
we're about to lose our, I think we maybe already did lose our pickleball capital of Ohio status though.
We have people that come from like Columbus just to come play there. I mean, they literally will come that far.
Yeah, I know Cincinnati's done a lot.
I think they've outnumbered us now, yeah.
You get it back.
I think there was an NPR piece on it recently too.
So then, Scott had mentioned repairs to the splash pad in Smith Park would also have 100,000. So
Again, the toys they're having issues along with, I think, plumbing issues as well.
So then finally, under these basic improvements, you also have for neighborhood and mini parks master planning. Per the master plan's recommendation, the park board will develop specific improvement plans for the city's neighborhood and mini parks for approval and adoption by city council. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what it said. I mean, the big, I guess, point with this is something we definitely reach out to the neighborhoods specifically to get their input on what they think is, they want done on those neighborhood parks. So it's more just, like I said, planning and designing of those neighborhood parks so they're better utilized in the future. In a lot of cases, they're very underutilized.
What do you anticipate are some of the needs or desires on those little mini parks that are realistic for us to accomplish? Like they want more swings, or they
potentially,
want
or more
landscaping,
landscaping, or would they rather have open space to do things in? I don't know if we look at just shelters and different things of that nature.
Okay.
Walking path, although, you know, it depends how small they are.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the neighborhood parks don't really seem to have shelters in a way that you would be able to go out and like have a little birthday party or something. And with COVID and people wanting to spend more time outside and have outdoor gatherings, I'm sure that would be something that.
And there are.
I'm just trying to get an idea of exactly
Obviously,
what
a
we're
lot
looking for them to.
of small neighborhood parks out here. That
Right.
So a couple thoughts. Are we to the point where, are we to the end of the kind of like the presentation on this part?
Not quite.
No? Okay, go ahead and finish and then I'll.
Okay. We're getting there. Close. We're getting there. So, as we summarize then, what we just showed you as far as the parks, that $1.4 million was for those immediate needs, taken straight out of the Parks Master Plan. The basic community park improvements also from the master plan, but a little bit more selective. You could do it in different ways, 2.3 million. And then that planning process for neighborhood mini, and together, that's the $4 million for parks. And that would get us to basically what you would ask about, Councilman Beers.
Okay.
Say something else.
Yeah, so a couple
We're
thoughts.
running ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
We're well ahead of schedule.
I could have missed it. I think the only one I saw lights at was Goldman. That's probably ballpark lights. I just know it's probably the phase of life I'm in with kids and lots of moms that we know staying home. Like, people want to feel safe at these parks.
Yeah.
I would love for these parks to be lit up like a Christmas tree at night. You know, and maybe it's unrealistic, but you walk through Oxford, you walk through a college campus, and they got those little emergency, you hit the button if something happens, and you know, those are probably a lot of money, but I'd love to see money and lighting and things that are gonna make people feel safe. I don't know what those are, but that's just my thought right now. And then the other question, and I'm not in any way trying to throw shade at this because this is great. My question, and since we're here for discussion, is it more to our benefit to have 3 to 4 premier parks instead of just spreading a lot of money out? And that's just a question for the group. Because, you know, the folks I talk to, and again, it's probably my life phase, having little kids, our friends are leaving the community to go to parks in neighboring communities because we don't have the big fun stuff. You know, they're going to BOA, they're going up to Patricia Allen, they're going to Miamisburg, and that's why I wonder, is it better to have 3 or 4 really nice parks and not spread as much? Just
this is the perfect place to have that discussion because, yeah, we're kind of saying, hey, for the first time, we have some significant funding. We're offering thoughts, but again, it's the time to sit back, reflect, and say, is there a better way to do this? And should we have that discussion?
And I'm really thinking more about the $4 million than about the first 1.2. So, just throwing it out there.
I agree. I mean, my girlfriend goes to Summit Park, which is 45 minutes away down in Blue Ash, and it's got the amenities. It has, I mean, everything really that you could ever want in a park. And that's kind of my point of like the dugouts. It's like, yeah, we can. It's a number right on a screen, but really it's capital dollars. If you invested that into another park we're already investing to, and make that really nice, it's once again a destination. I don't think anybody's going to stay in a neighborhood just because it has one different piece of equipment. But if we put one piece of equipment from every park into one park, do people come for those reasons?
And you spread them out. You know, you don't
Yeah,
isolate them in one neighborhood or one side, one geographic
Let's
area.
look at Sunset as an example of, you know, what an updated premium park looks like in our neighborhoods. And I mean, is they're leaving town, but we've got that. So I mean,
It's
is it
nothing compared to a
yeah.
Summit Park though, or a VOA or those types of things.
I would say my family's gone down to Sunset a lot more since it's been redone than before it was redone.
I mean, I don't have little kids, so I'm not
Yeah.
spending a lot of time at parks. So I'm sort of looking for that feedback.
And I think safety is a large portion of it too, honestly, like Tal mentioned, that's has to be noted.
Well, the connectivity was one of the big ones I know mentioned in the master plan as well, and that we don't have connectivity across like pedestrian and bicycle, which makes them little islands in and of themselves instead of like a well-connected system. Which I know that connectivity is expensive, so I'm not saying we are at that point right now, but if we think about where we're going.
Sure.
So what parks would you consider the featured parks? Like,
I mean, Smith and Sunset, although Sunset's kind of already done, so maybe if you do 4, you do Douglas, Smith,
Jayco,
Jayco, and
Will Lefferson.
Yeah, and yeah, probably Lefferson.
And that's a lot of parks.
That's a lot
I
of
mean,
parks.
if we're talking about a premier park, like those cities have one premier park.
Just
is what
for
we're talking
reference,
about,
really
right?
I'll say the aesthetic and park improvements part of Sunset were close to $1.5 million. Just to put it in.
Just the park
perspective.
aesthetics.
Well, how much was that bridge alone? That bridge is like hundreds of thousands.
150,000.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Yeah. And I just, you know, all of our parks have been in such neglect for so long that, of course, this looks like just a drop in the bucket. Of course it does. But, I mean, I think that's something to consider as well. Like, yeah, we could spend everything. We could, you know, make a splash, or we could put a drop in all those buckets.
I mean, I believe if you look at the total cost and just for the basic park improvements for every park in Middletown, I think it was close to $80 million.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And again, just going back to quality of life, and we don't have the staff person to do it, but I would love for, you know, there to be like a rotating food truck, you know, food truck rally at random parks throughout the year. It's like, hey, pull your permit and go down to Smith on this week and then go to Sunset on that.
Jerry Lewis actually said at the park board, I guess they're talking
Oh,
about that,
great.
like, every weekend have a different, like, activity at the park in the summer, which I think is great.
It'd be fun.
Well,
Bring
a lot of
people
that
together.
goes back to the recreation.
Yeah.
And the discussion yesterday about having someone on staff who's in parks and recreation. I mean, I think this whole conversation leads to that as well. And the need for that in order to implement some of the things that we've talked about.
So again, the idea was to just get you thinking, but the good news is we think about $6 million.
Jim, can I ask a question?
Yep.
Compared to an average, so in your experience, compared to, say, a 50,000 citizen city, would you say that we have more parks than the average city our size, less parks on average? I feel like we have a lot of parks.
Yeah, first I would have to ask Scott, how many acres?
I think we were about in the average.
Okay.
How many total parks and about how many acres?
I want to say 30 and around 300 acres.
300 acres.
Maybe just under.
I think the Scott's, yeah, it's probably pretty appropriate.
And that was in the, if you look at the Parks Master Plan, if you dive into the, I can't recall the exact numbers, they did all those comparisons in the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, when it was presented, that was part of the discussion with council from the consultants, that they did look at the number of parks that we had and where they were located and the possibility of eliminating parks, and their recommendation was not to eliminate any parks.
Now, maybe you look at, you know, we have all, of course, you know, maybe we get even more cost, but we have all these little pocket parks or neighborhood parks that may be underutilized. And you look at adding a more substantial community park somewhere, I don't know, you know, to offset that may get more use.
I know one thing for sure, I would like to see the premium pay pulled out of the capital reinvestment budget personally.
And can I ask you, is there anything else that we see in the city where if we throw X amount of dollars at it, it can reduce our expenses on a monthly basis or yearly basis to where we could start decreasing expenses? There's two ways: you make more revenue, you decrease expenses.
Obviously, the one big thing that we're doing, which was the LED light change out.
Right, with the street lights.
Right.
You know, we're also looking at a solar energy project potentially that we see some savings.
I mean,
The
I would
economic
support
development ones is it's gonna grow income tax base, property tax base, sales tax base.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's, yeah.
I would say we generally went out and grabbed all the low-hanging fruit when it comes to overall savings.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. The next step would be like, you know, our really huge energy usage is water and wastewater treatment. And, you know, this potential solar project would really potentially, number one, lock in for a very long time a relatively low rate that would keep gaining greater benefit with every passing year.
But of course, that doesn't help the general fund and putting money back.
It does help the enterprise fund, which hopefully keeps those rates low.
Right.
I want to circle back to your comments on safety in the parks and ask Chief if you have any feedback or anything to add to that conversation about the safety of our parks and the perceived safety of our parks.
I mean, probably the number one would probably be Sherman Park. We get a lot of complaints, and Douglas. Lighting's also a key factor in stopping that. We actually looking at some flock cameras. We would have a few extra for there, and we would put them in different parks, which is a nice feature to have. But I would say those are probably the two number one parks that we have problems with, and it's mostly during the summertime. We get very few calls other than the skate park, somebody injured or something, for Smith Park. Sometimes we get issues with homeless, I guess, obviously, in Smith Park, but the two main parks would just be fights and stuff with juveniles and stuff at Sherman Park and Douglas Park. So, but I mean, I think all these are long overdue. You know, the pickleball brings in so many people. They have tournaments constantly at Lefferson. You know, the baseball's coming back. So, but yeah, when it comes to safety and stuff, I think we're fine other than those few parks.
And that, the whole safety aspect was definitely talked about in the Parks Master Plan about upgrading overall safety of all the parks.
Trash in our parks. I know that how many man hours of public safety dedicating to that? I feel like it's a massive problem, and I don't know if there's any capital funding we can put out there to help alleviate that in any fashion.
Yeah, I don't know. So
I'm not saying you have to have exact
right.
numbers.
So Rumpke, just so you know, Rumpke picks up the trash barrels in the parks.
I'm talking about the trash that doesn't make it into the barrels.
I don't.
And actually,
I
I
mean,
know that too. Like even along Smith Park, like in the path around it, Rumpke picks that up too.
in most cases, I think, although don't quote me on that. In some cases, we might pick up some of them, but I believe Rumpke picks up most of the barrels in the parks.
Okay.
Have we ever had?
And actually, man, I don't know. You're right. I mean, we literally could have.
I feel like it's got to be a lot.
We could literally have one crew of people working every day of every year throughout the parks and the right-of-ways picking up trash.
Do we or have we ever had an adopt a park program where, I mean, there's certain locations, but like,
there are.
you know, is that something that we could look at expanding or trying to promote more of? I mean, how do we get the community involved in helping us keep our parks
That's kind of where I'm going with this. Like, if there's any, and I haven't looked at other park ideas, but if there's anything out there that we can use some capital dollars to put things around that maybe look more aesthetically pleasing, that will want people to use the trash. I mean, I don't know exactly.
We've also got our ARPA funding that we've designated for community cleanup efforts and that sort of thing too.
Is telling me about the community service program. What's the latest on that, Chief? Do you want to update us on that?
We're still looking for someone to supervise it, but getting with the courts, this would be a perfect example if we had someone to run this. Now, it's only a part-time program, but there's so many people now, especially, you know, we're having a lot more citations with warrants for getting community service. This would be a program they could pick up the trash in different areas, and we could use it at a very low cost. So we have that out there. We just haven't found anybody to take the position yet. I've touched base with retired officers. We're looking at, you know, maybe different retired positions such as corrections officer and stuff like that. We just haven't found anybody to fill that position. But this would be a great example of you working with the courts and having areas that have trash that could, you know, pick up the trash in the area for community service that they're issued by the court. But unfortunately, we're having a heck of a time filling the position.
So here's our pitch again for that workforce component. We really need somebody. If you know anybody that would love to take that position, tell them about it. But for a supervisor, we can't put those people out there and we're missing out on the opportunity to get that benefit. Wanted to mention too, obviously, as a result of this financial policy change, we're going to have about $6 million this year. That is clearly no guarantee that it recurs in future years, or that it's not a very different number, or maybe multiple years don't have any. So The one thing is, it's going to be great to have this ability this year, but I want to disavow anybody that thought that every year there will be $6 million, because while I wish that would be the case, I'm quite certain, Nathan, I don't know of anything that, at least at this point in time, will probably suggest that somehow that will recur on a regular basis.
That'd be accurate.
With that in mind, should our fire levy not pass, are we planning to allocate and spend all of this prior to May? Because if not, we're probably going to be in the boat where we need to
No, in
reallocate.
fact, we can't allocate it at all until post-audit, and that doesn't happen until July.
Okay.
So yeah, you won't be making these decisions until after that levy has already been determined. So yeah, you'll be able to do that by having been informed first by that
But
as well.
being able to have this conversation and have the pre-planning in place,
Yes.
if we are able to use this money in this way, I think is valuable.
This is the idea that says, hey, if there's $6 million, think about the kinds of things that, you know, and there's a bunch of needs in parks, there's some needs at City Hall, there's some needs in these other areas. Start thinking about it, because we'll be back, and you know, you'll have these decisions to make. You'll also, having done it, having been informed by what has happened with the levy and the fire stations as well. I think at this point, this is everything we have on this particular section. We're a little bit ahead of time. We're going to have lunch starting at 11:45. Maybe we take a 15-minute break, unless there was anything anyone wanted to discuss prior to that break. Sound good? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I told Jim I really love having the opportunity to have these discussions and everything like that, and I suggested we do a more once a year. Crazy. He said, you could go, so maybe we'll just do like an economic development one. But anyways, like I said, please continue to eat, ask questions, stop. This is going to be very informal. Just wanted to take this opportunity to really kind of regroup on our small business grants. I wanted to hear from all of council how we wanted to do them. I wanted you to hear from me how I'd like to do them. It doesn't have to be the same way. I listen to you. You guys are the policy people. And then I wanted to give you just a brief updates on some projects that we're working on. Just kind of eager to answer any questions you have. So as you guys know, we really try to be supportive of all of our business. Anything from the small mom and pop shops to the medium-sized businesses to our larger businesses like Pallet Chemical or Flavor Plus. And we have a plethora and a menu of incentives that do that. The larger incentives we do are enterprise zones. And then we also do CRAs only in the downtown urban area. So those are kind of smaller tax abatements. And then we do the job creation incentive grants, and those are primarily for large job generator projects, where they're not doing a lot of building improvements or building acquisition, where maybe the building's already there, but they're just bringing the jobs in. That being said, we also have been really trying to put a large focus and emphasis on supporting our small business. And we've always had small business grants in Middletown, so it's not like Rochelle came to town and said, hey, we're going to start small business grants. We've just kind of changed how we've done them over time. And what we realize is when you think you have an idea of how it's going to work out, you always have all these reasons why it's not going to work out. So last year we tried to do the GET grants, and I think we were successful. We talked to a lot of different people, but they really, I think we were too narrow in our focus that it just didn't, it wasn't as successful as I wanted it to be. So we learned, but there's a lot of elements to the GET grants that I really like, that I like to carry forward. So today, what I want to find out from you is, do we want to have small business grants? Do we want to, and how, and what is the vetting for that? And then I also want to talk about some other grants that we had that we pulled off for other reasons, and to get your blessing to move those forward. So those are like my 3 priorities today. Right now with our small business grants, they're targeted for businesses with 30 or less employees. They are targeted for people who are doing what I like to see as facade improvements. So building awnings, doors, windows, not roofs, not parking lots. Or permanent building improvements. So we're talking about new floorings or adding a bathroom or making it ADA compliant. And those are all very helpful, but what those do is those help the building owner and not necessarily the business owner. Because as you know, a lot of these businesses are rented. So in order to help the business owner, what I'd like to be able to do is offer them a grant for their capital. For example, if somebody needs a new hood or needs a new printer, something that we would have a first position on and a lien on for the grant. And I'm not opposed to helping with a new lease or a rent, so a new business that's coming in town. That was part of the grant last year. We paid a portion of their, we paid a 1 year of their lease, a minimum 2-year lease. So those are kind of things that I'd like to do. Is there anyone who thinks we should be doing more or less?
I think we need more due diligence is what I think. I mean, I think the statistic is what 80% of small businesses fail in the first 5 years, and 100% of undercapitalized businesses fail in the first 3 years. So I definitely want to have nothing to do with capital, like helping to provide the upfront capital to a small business, because that's just setting them up for failure.
We don't do that.
Well, one of the grants that was proposed was to provide initial inventory for one of the businesses.
Yeah, that's it. So that's
we're not the undercapitalized small business, and that's what I'm just getting. So I don't. You're asking that's I just don't want to get into that business. The other thing is, I was going to say something about.
So I don't understand your question. So what didn't you like about that?
I don't want to help with the upfront capital to start a business, because that means it's an undercapitalized business to begin with, and within the first 3 years, 100% of those are failing.
That's typically what a small business needs. They need the money up front to get moving.
Right, but they need to find investors in order to get moving.
I agree with her. I think that if we're going to help fund a brand new business in town, it needs to be established somewhere else at least. Like if we go to what's working in Hamilton, let's try to pull one of the business owners there to open up something in Middletown as well. I'd have no problem getting somebody like that a grant to start something up in Middletown, but I don't want to fund a brand new business.
Yeah, I guess, and one of my things, what I would be super supportive of is if we can find ways of, instead of giving a lump sum of money, if we can pay for accounting services or budgeting services or business advising services or something like that.
Professional services or whatever.
Okay, well, we're not, then, okay, so we need a plan to behold these small businesses to use of those along the way, and basically have like almost like, and this is a medical term, but like a care team, right? That's like care team unites, talks about how this business is doing and helps them along the way to succeed. And that's part of whatever this is, right? So like they're required to go through these processes. And I spoke with Jeff Payne at DMI about this too, because they have some small business grants as well, and they're having the same problem where they provide money but the business fails.
I'm not aware to you like providing any small business grants.
Well, they did go ahead and provide some money to the one that was looking for upfront capital. The anyway, one of the three in the recent one, so I was in the meeting, they approved it, so they're doing it in some fashion.
I'm not aware of that at all.
I know they received money from the community foundation.
That was for second floor renovations for buildings, for residential units, not for small businesses.
I didn't know what it was specifically.
Anyway, I was just saying, I was speaking with Jeff about this topic and trying to come up with a way where we can help our small businesses to succeed, and whether it involves giving them specifically dollars and cents, or we can help the process along. And if there is dollars and cents given to some of them, that they're then required to go through, this program, or at least benchmarks that they have to hit, like, they gotta be paying the taxes, like that's a no-go for me. If somebody's not paying their taxes, then they're
just in the city or in the state or
city, state, everywhere.
Everything?
Yes. That's
I know that's your personal, I know, but I'm just to let you know, never in my career have we ever looked at outside taxes. It's always been all of our small business grants.
Actually, you have some of your small business agreements you set up initially.
Those weren't mine. Those weren't mine. Those were another template, and then we changed it. We worked with Brickler to change our template because some of the taxes they had on there were kept, or what was it? taxes, personal property taxes. Ohio hasn't done personal property tax for like 8 years ago, it's cat tax. So the forms that we were using were outdated, that's why we changed them.
Would it be possible, on the whole tax thing, would it be possible, let's say that we want to do, because I'm huge for the grants. The small business is the heartbeat of any good community, it really is. So you have to.
And we have a lot of empty storefronts that we need to fill.
You have to, but I was curious, would there be any way, and this is probably just stupid on my part, but stipulating in a grant that if you owed something like a state tax or there was a tax lien that we will give you a grant as long as it's paid back within, that these taxes are paid within a year period or something like that? Because I know other cities have done that.
So we're giving a grant, and then we would ask that they clean up their Ohio taxes.
Yeah,
just so you know, we don't give grants to people that owe city taxes.
No, but I'm talking about the state
Yes.
taxes, the tax. Yeah, so something like that.
Because that's exactly what was going to happen with that, but because we had to pull the other ones off.
Now, how delinquent and what types of taxes too?
And that's where
so
it's like,
like,
it doesn't stop. Like
We have to pay taxes, people, we can't not pay taxes. That's not what I'm saying, what she's saying, like, where does this stop? It stops when you gotta pay taxes, I don't.
Yeah, or you go to jail if you don't pay your taxes. I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah.
But these are like small business people that were trying to help get, like with Babs, they were trying to get their money so that they could pay their state taxes so that they could refinance. And I told them, I said, get your city taxes paid for. We'll get you a grant so that you can pay your liens on your city taxes, and that you can refinance and stay open. And that's why theirs got pulled, because the other ones got pulled because they had bad state taxes. It's like, so do we have to go monitor them? I don't know.
I'm just trying to get all this against like my own personal experience as a small business owner, right? So like, there have been times in January and February where business is really tough, and I've, held back my sales tax and paid 2 months at the same time. I have to pay, they charge interest on that, but I've paid my sales tax late before because I needed to cover payroll. And that doesn't mean that I'm an unsuccessful business, and I've gotten past that, and I haven't had to do that in a long time. But I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think through how, what taxes and in what form of delinquency and how far delinquent do they have to be for it to be a concern for us? Because I understand what the mayor is saying about a business that can't seem to be sustainable. Because it's tough. Being a small business owner is really tough. And if you get behind in your taxes, it can be really tough to get back from that. And certainly over the last 2 years with COVID and the unpredictability of customers and business, it's become even more complicated. So I think that's just something to consider in my personal experience.
Yeah. Like one of the business grants that was on that agenda, they've been behind for 15 years. They've been served on a regular basis, 15 years over time, something like that. State taxes.
And they actually were paid. Unfortunately, they just didn't file like a lien. So it was just,
So there was never a lien. They paid them, and they paid them late every time.
Some of them were not ever.
Yeah. Okay.
I can turn it on.
I'm sure there are specific, but certainly the ones that got pulled. I know they got pulled, but I, as a council person, was never given the backup or the reason why that specific grant got pulled or what the specific tax issues were. So I'm just coming from a point where I feel like I don't always know exactly what we're not saying.
The mayor came to jail.
Okay.
We had 3 grants, and 2 of the 3 had tax issues.
Okay.
So instead of bringing them to council and having the mayor bring it up and making us look silly like we don't want to do it, we just said, you know what, we're going to take them off.
Okay.
Because I wasn't aware that they were behind on their state taxes, because that's not
a standard that we've ever held them to.
Well, it was in the original agreement with one of these businesses that was signed upon that they are not delinquent on taxes. Was signed upon.
Did
it was
say
not
taxes in general, or did it specify city taxes or?
Right, it had 20 different tax things on it, and that's one of the reasons why we changed the grant, because the original paperwork was for like large businesses. It wasn't the small, a grant that a small business would understand. There was just too much.
So that conversation leads to like what is our standard? So, you know, we can talk about the ones that came before, but what we really need to discuss is what is our standard for tax? Is it local city taxes? Does it extend to state and federal taxes? If it does, to what extent? That's all I'm trying to get at, you know.
Just curious, how did we find out that they have taxes?
On the internet, the website can say the links.
Yeah, I'd be curious, because I tried to look some stuff up and I couldn't find anything, but I'm not an expert on where you find it, but, you know.
Is that something that you can find in is there a specific website that? Or?
We all want to be efficient, obviously, with these things, and we don't want to use taxpayer dollars ultimately where someone is going to wind up failing. So the mayor makes a really good point is, if there are things that are leading to the fact that you may wind up not being sustainable, then we need to know that, and we need to consider that, because, again, scarce resources. When you're putting scarce resources, you want to have the business that has the greatest chance to succeed wind up doing it. And if there's a real likelihood that they're not going to succeed, then let's not get involved in it. And one of those signals that you may not succeed is you're failing to even just pay some of the things that we know you have to do, taxes, things that are to the government. That's some of the toughest things. So there's a real legitimate reason to have people do this, but the question is, how far does it extend? We just want to make certain that we're on the right page is what you're comfortable with. If it's all taxes, then that's the policy. If it's just city taxes, that's our policy. We just want to get a real sense of, you know, what is that? So
I certainly don't want to get involved as a city spending taxpayer dollars to bail out people who are not paying their taxes. Certainly understand that. I do. You know, and I think it gets exceedingly more difficult when you talk about new businesses who are not established versus businesses who are established. So, you know,
and that's where I want to help them. Like I'd like to see us help them come up with the right business plan, come up with it.
We require them to meet with Dave and Rick, so they all have a business plan. But we do. You keep saying that, I want to help them. We have a small business alliance. We meet with them, we provide resources. So it's not like we just give them a grant and say, good luck to you. No, we're constantly meeting with them, engaging with them, offering marketing support and doing those kinds of things and checking in on them. So I just don't want people to think, because you're saying that we just give them a check and then we forget about it. We don't.
I just also like what's the threshold, how many taxes? And I'm just going to give you an example. Last year I wrote a check for an ungodly amount of federal taxes to the government from real estate. And I paid it out, a lot of money, and then I get a notice like 2 months later that I owed $28 and I was behind, and they want to send me to collect, or whatever they do, audit me. I'm like, wait a minute, $28? Because apparently I was $28 short of the $36,000 check I had to write. So that's my point. I mean, is it $100? Is it, they owe $20,000? There's a big difference.
I think all of these were $10,000 or
that's why I'm asking. We don't know because nobody told us.
I just closed a house last week, an investment property, and I had a state of Ohio lien for $201 from unpaid taxes from like 5 years ago. So I didn't know about it. So
that's a different, very different.
That's what I'm asking.
I know, but I'm just saying.
It's all part of the discussion.
Yeah. I'm just.
So I guess that's my point. I mean, is there a threshold on that? Because that does happen occasionally. The federal government makes mistakes every day. So, but if it's $10,000, $15,000, that's a big difference to me than if it's $300. Huge difference. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like he just said, he didn't even know he had a tax lien on him. I didn't know that they were going to audit me because I was short $30-something. But the federal government sucks, and that's what they do.
That being said, can we assist these small businesses as we're trying to assist them through these grants? And if we find that out, make them aware of it and say, hey, you need to pay this first, so that we are doing our due diligence, we are checking, and we do know if there's outstanding tax, even if it's something from 5 years ago that they didn't even know that they owed, to help them with their financial stability of their business or personal financial stability, and then we move forward. I mean, I certainly understand that, and to a certain point, yeah, I mean, if it's an amount that they can't pay, you know, that's a really tough sell for them. If they can't pay it.
Yeah,
I mean,
part of our goal is to help
shows-
bail them out on their taxes. it's only then until the next time when they're gonna be behind again because the business model's not working.
Yeah.
And that's where I just don't want
And
to.
there was a lot of money that came out.
Good business behaviors and.
There was a lot of money that came out of the federal government for aid for businesses that were behind as a result of the pandemic. And the businesses that were able to and could apply for those, applied for those, and that money was meant to help them through some of those difficult times. So
What about
there was money available.
What about somebody that's on a plan? They've worked with the IRS or whoever it might be to set up a plan. Does that change things at all?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, if they're on a payment plan.
Yeah, a payment plan with the IRS, I agree with that. I would
Or could we help them get them on a payment plan? You know, is that something that we could, as a small business alliance,
That's what
advise
I
them
want to be
to?
doing it as economic development director. I'm not a financial person. I mean, that's just,
Yeah.
that's, so it's like, it's either yes or no, you know, I mean,
Right, you're here for
honestly.
assistance or not.
Or tell them that they
slammed
need
right
to
now.
figure out how
We're
to
trying
get
to help
onto a
these
payment
businesses. We're
plan.
trying to
If they get on a
help
payment
businesses.
plan, then we can move forward. So maybe you're not helping. Maybe we just say you have to either be on a payment plan for the repayment of your taxes, or you have to be
So you're talking
in
state and
compliance.
federal taxes?
Sure. I mean,
Okay, I don't know how to check federal taxes, but I guess we can
Yeah,
look at state. I don't know.
yeah, I don't necessarily know how to
I don't know
do
what
those
the-
checks,
Yeah,
but
I-
someone
I don't.
does, apparently. You know.
And there may be a way to check it,
Like
even if
someone wanna
there's
check
not,
for me? I
even
don't
if
know.
there's not, you put that in the grant application and say this is a requirement. And if it turns out that that's not true, then we're gonna come and try to get that money back. And you won't get 100 cents on the dollar if you do that, but I would just have it as a grant.
I would just say from a mindset approach, like I want to approach people that need help and want to start businesses in Middletown from a perspective of I want to help you, not from a opposite, like I don't want it to, I want it to be a proactive conversation as opposed to a negative conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to approach it from the perspective of yes, we want to help you with these things in place, not from a well, show us you can do this, and then we'll talk. I think those are very different.
I want to clarify the discussion that occurred because I'm being slandered all over the internet that I specifically spoke with. All I did was bring to it, say, hey, these businesses are behind on taxes. Is this what we want to be doing? And I said, and I don't want this coming back to the mayor, that it's the mayor's fault that we're not supporting these small businesses because I'm just bringing to you the fact that they're behind on taxes and I just want to know if the city knows that. The city did not know that, okay? They were pulled, I didn't ask them to be pulled, I just gave the facts and the city decided to pull them. Also, Babs was never even in any workbook anywhere for the city, so that should not come on council in any fashion. I just want to clarify for the record because there's a lot of blaming.
It became on council because it was the next grant. And
We never heard that before. I just want to make sure that's clarified because it's not fair and
I agree with you. It's absolutely not fair. The mayor has absolutely nothing to do with this. I personally pulled those off for real good reason. The mayor brought up a really good point. That's why we're having these discussions. We don't want to be in a position of basically winding up funding or helping somebody that has a really limited chance to succeed long term. And to the mayor's credit, she was looking at some of these things and said, hey, you have to be up to date on taxes and things like that. And that's a good point. So, there's nothing wrong with that. Confirm that 100%, she had nothing to do with it. So I don't follow social media, but if somebody's out there saying that, that's not accurate and that's not fair. But that's also my job to make certain that we don't put something out there that says we're going to wind up looking at the process. So that was the reason it happened, so I will absolutely confirm that.
I appreciate that clarification because I think that there was just a whole lot there was a whole lot of discussion and emails and
There's a lot
Facebook
of
and
phone calls
everything.
being made to council. I'm sure you guys received some phone calls, yes.
Sure. So I just, for one, want to say I appreciate all the clarifications.
And I appreciate the conversation too. It's important and I want our small businesses to succeed. I mean, absolutely, there's no question. And that's why I look at just, what we can do. If there's a program we can put in place that not just people we're giving grants to, but any small businesses, there's some sort of resources that they know they can use to help them along the way. I mean, obviously, if there's business getting to the point where they're not paying their taxes, what's the contributing factor that if we look back, where was that fork in the road in their business plan that maybe we could have helped with? And maybe we even look at some of the businesses who have closed their doors in Middletown and go talk to them and say, talk through the process that occurred, find some lessons learned, and where we can, I mean, this is not an easy fix and we just do this. But I want to look at the lessons learned in Middletown businesses as well.
I think the Small Business Alliance meetings, I went to the, the most recent one that we had, and I think that's a great opportunity, and I invite all of our small businesses to be involved in that, because sometimes even someone who you view as a successful business has seen failure in business. Most have, but I've had businesses, I've closed businesses, and you learn from all of those things. So a lot of times, even in our own community, we can learn from each other, but it takes getting involved and going to those meetings and really wanting to improve your business in those ways. That's driven by your own motivations to improve your business.
I like that idea because I didn't think about that. The building owners, if you do facades and things like that, they benefit more than the actual business. I don't know why that didn't occur to me.
And that's why it's like, because we've probably, right now, we've probably got about 6 or 8 applications in. Anything from a new toy store to, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that have come in. Auto, car, I mean, there's just a lot of different things, and it's like we told them, well, we're gonna wait.
I mean, that's true, but still, any business who comes into a new space is gonna have build-out costs. I just know that from commercial real estate. So not even necessarily that the business or the store owner benefits, because they're just going to release that to somebody else. They're gonna come in and make their own changes. So it's not, I can't say that's a necessarily general rule of commercial real estate. Is that the building owner
It's usually built into their lease, so they're not really paying. They're not saying, hey, I'm gonna pay, or I'm gonna give you $15,000 to fix the floor. It's usually built into the lease. So.
It depends on, it really depends on the situation. Like, is it a white box? Is it a build out? There are a lot of different scenarios. But I personally benefited from the facade grant program for my business downtown. And it was primarily signage. So they say facade grant, but really it's about business signage. And if a business changes out, that sign changes. So that's not really a property improvement when it's primarily signage. So I think that clarification should probably be made that, when we're talking about facades, we're talking about signs.
I would say signs, awnings, doors, windows, something that
things that create a welcoming
visual.
Come to our business. When we talk about uses for these funds, I like to see it in things like marketing plans and advertising, and those are the things that small businesses just can't afford. A successful small business can't always afford. Improving equipment, because an equipment is an asset that you as a small business own. Usually, sometimes it's tied to the space, but usually it's owned by you, and so that's an asset that you maintain or retain.
We typically say professional services, so those would be like engineering services, architectural design.
And
so
really
in that
encourage
case,
the
we say
use
like
of that more.
Professional marketing services, because that's always been something that we're like,
I think maybe in the promotion of this program, we've gotten a little off track in the intention, and that those professional services aren't necessarily something that these small businesses are looking at. They're looking at, for whatever reason, they've got a misunderstanding of what this money is supposed to be used for. It's not a bailout. It's to help you grow your business or improve your business, not necessarily to get you started, because DMI does those micro grants, and there are loans that you can take out from SBA. There are a lot of resources.
We're trying to change
that,
but
what I'm saying is there are resources out there that that you can utilize for startup costs and those sort of things. So certainly a more established business we've dealt with before, and sort of moving into town and some of those kind of. I know you've gotten creative with trying to get businesses into town, but it also creates a lot of confusion too. I think, for people not understanding what the money is really meant for, or how it's going to do the best good. So, and it's tough because we have creatively used it. Like when we brought Sparky's into town, I know that was not like sort of a typical, agreement necessarily, but it got them here and brought lots of jobs into town, and brought a good business into Middletown and used a good space that was available, all those things. So it's tough to.
I'm not ready to write off new businesses, because then we miss out on the Spokans and the White Dogs. So I'm not just in the new, bring somebody with experience. I think,
we still have to be open to new business.
But I'm more of the opinion though that in that case that professional services would be a better use of the grant than startup costs associated with inventory and things that like, okay, you do need to go out and find investors for your business because otherwise if you don't have people invested in your business, like the city can't be the only investor that has vested interest in your success. There has to be somebody that's got some stake in it. Obviously the business owner does, but if the business owner doesn't have sufficient capital to start it up, then they need to start looking for some other sources of capital that can help get them going and sustain them. Right. It's the sustaining part, you know?
I would say in my experience at startup, one of the biggest expenses is architecturals and, you know, build out kind of stuff. I mean, that's certainly a lot of the cost. So, you know, and I don't think that necessarily helping with those takes away from your ability to raise that capital. I mean, maybe you're only able to raise a certain amount of capital, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a good business plan or don't have the ability to get off the ground if you had a little bit of extra assistance too. So, you know, removing those barriers to success, I think is what we're really looking at. So sometimes they come in different shapes and forms and different costs. So, you know, that doesn't necessarily limit them just to professional services either.
I'm still thinking of like the applicants I'm looking at now. So we say if you're current on your city taxes, that's easy because I can check what they find that out. The state taxes, we could go online to see if they're there, and then we let them know. Federal taxes, they could show a tax return, but some people don't file on time, they file late. So it's like, how far are we going? I mean, how hard are we gonna make this? Do we just ask them? Do we ask them to be? Do we ask them
personal tax returns? Because what if someone's starting a new business, they've never had a business tax return?
If they're in sole
So are we basing them on their personal finances then?
If they're the sole proprietor of the company, I think we have to.
Yeah, I think you would have
I mean, they're ultimately liable for the company.
Let's say it's an LLC and it's got 5 or 6 members. Do we do personal checks on every single one of those investors to make sure that they're financially viable?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
I'm just
arm of that.
I'm just asking, you know, because that's when we get into like how to what extent.
That's why I'm trying to bring this up. It's like, where do we stop? Like, how far are we going?
Another alternative would be Austin's point was
just ask them.
It doesn't always work, but sometimes you can make them sign as part of the application an affidavit that says, I am, you know, swearing that I am meeting these qualifications, and that I understand that if not, I could be subject to being asked to repay the grant. It doesn't work 100% of the time, and people lie, and you have to accept that as an opportunity, but that might be the most efficient way to get to that, to say, we're making people swear to affirm that they're meeting our criteria.
So I guess these grants are no bigger than $25,000. We're not talking $1 million, $100,000 grants.
I think the fear is that say we make them swear to that, and they say, okay, I don't have any tax liens, I don't owe anybody any money, give me the money, and then their business fails, and they can't pay you back, and they can't pay the federal government back, and we're all just out of money. So I think that's where the fear is coming from.
Yeah. Or in this one, I mean, look, paragraph 6, guarantee firmly covenants that it does not owe any delinquent taxes to the state of Ohio or a political subdivision of the state. That was in the grant agreement for this particular business who, at the time, did actually owe state taxes. They signed the agreement, we gave them $10,000, and now they came back for another agreement. That paragraph was pulled out.
It was not pulled out. The whole
tax thing was pulled out.
The whole grant was rewritten.
Okay, anyway, what I'm getting at is,
somebody
business signed it, there's no ramifications for having illegally signed a document. I mean, they signed that, and they lied, and so what do we do? Do we not do due diligence? Do we, do we go back after, try to get it? I don't know, but that's not fair then for people who maybe have tax delinquencies, said, oh, I can't apply because I'm delinquent on taxes, and then someone goes, signs one, and essentially lies to us, gets the money, and there's no ramifications. So that's where I like,
sure,
yeah.
The one thing that you bring up, the whole point about this is, when you engage in providing small business grants, you're taking on a lot of risk. The risk is as the mayor had mentioned, most of these businesses will fail. That's not a reflection necessarily that they were a bad business, but there's all kinds of things that come into play. That because they're a small business, they were starting up whatever, there's a real likelihood they'll fail. So we have to know, if we engage in this, we will have failures too. So that just comes part and parcel. So that's the first question that says, should we be doing this at all? Because if we are going to do it, there's going to be this opportunity that someone will not make it. You know, they brought up good business, it was a great idea, we helped them do a sign or something, they went out of business. Hey, you know, and now they're not there. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, of course, is, you know, is it citywide or is it more targeted? And I think most of the time I think citywide, that's important. And then, you know, what kinds of due diligence? And that's kind of this big discussion here, is what level of due diligence. And I think it is critically important, as Austin brought up, you probably do have something in there that you require them at minimum, as Susie mentioned, to make a statement that they are in compliance, because then at least we have a way to come back on them that says, oh, we found out then that you weren't, and now we at least have some ability legally to come back.
And
but there's going to be this risk.
And the people that we've been talking to since we pulled the other 3 off, we've been saying, are you current on your taxes? Are you current on your state taxes? That's an issue now. So they at least know that. Where before, it was like, are you current on your city taxes? You need to pay your city taxes up. So it's now we're at least
It was in the agreement though. I mean, it was in the agreement, so they knew that that was a requirement. Right?
Not in this new agreement so far.
No, I'm saying previously it was in the agreement. So we can't say that they didn't know that that was a requirement because it's in there.
Yeah. I mean, so I guess the question is, do we create a policy of including that every single time, and that's a stipulation of every small business grant that we give, that we make them at least sign and say that they are not delinquent. Now, if you find out that they lied, and I mean, obviously there's got to be ramifications of clawbacks, that they have to pay that money back to us. Again, there's that risk of maybe they have the money to pay us back, maybe they don't. I mean,
I would actually add a fourth element to Jim's list, which is enforcement, right? So, you know, you have to then, if you have these guidelines and you find out people are gaming the system, you have to decide how much and to what extent you go after them. Now, if someone didn't know, you know, to council members Beers, and Farrell, if they didn't know about it for like legitimately, maybe you have a little more grace, maybe you don't. If they did and it's really obvious they gamed the system, maybe you go back and you try to claw some of that back. I think that fourth element is a little bit more, you know, case by case, probably. You don't want to, you obviously want to have, you know, penalties if people are not complying with your guidelines. I think the goal now is, where do you want the guidelines to be? To the extent we're going to do it, if we want to say, you know, hey, you're current on all taxes, we can try to work the system to set it up that way, right? I assume there are services that will let you do federal tax lien searches. I don't know what they are, I've not used them, but I'm sure they're out there. You know, the state and city are really easy. We can figure that out internally, how we do it on the front end, due diligence side of it. But I think the question for you all is, you know, kind of where do you want that line to be of eligibility?
when I get the enforcement, where is the enforcement? Because that's sort of what you were getting to, Chriselle, like, how, you know, the enforcement. Who does that? Are you the enforcer? Who goes back and finds out, and then who enforces the penalties and all of that? So that's, I mean,
so
that adds another whole question.
Compliant in their agreement, yes, because we monitor them.
Okay.
When we look at funding and sources, and we look at what this body is, or the city, we're a government body who collects taxpayer dollars, and I would like to err on the side of not allowing any tax delinquencies on grants that we give out, knowing that if someone is delinquent on taxes and they need to find funding, they need to find maybe a private entity that may be okay with that, but from our citizens' taxpayer dollars, I just have a hard time saying, hey, everybody who pays taxes to us, we're gonna give money to someone who is not really hasn't, and I'm not saying that they're a bad person for not having done it, they're in that situation, but I find it hard to pull from a body of money that is tax-paying money in order to do that. I guess that's where I have the line. And I'm not saying someone else shouldn't lend them that money, I just don't think it should be the government lending.
I understand that connection, and then on top of that, I ask, what about someone on a payment plan? I mean, because that's
And
something
I
that we
haven't thought
discussed
about that
too.
one. I haven't like
I
processed
mean,
that.
how does that factor into, I get the hard line on giving taxpayer money to people who aren't paying taxes, but what about somebody who's trying to pay their taxes?
So how does that work? I guess I'm not familiar with how
I've
payment
never
plans, so-
personally done that, and
Well,
well, Zach.
so maybe,
I mean,
you reach an agreement with the government, and it's just like you just have to pay them back every month. It's not
like
say
making a
simple.
car payment, I guess?
Yes, we
Just-
have,
Yeah.
so our tax department, people call in and say, I'm having an issue, but I owe this amount of money. If they're willing to say, hey, we're gonna enter into this agreement, there's parameters for that, and then they sign an agreement that says we're gonna pay back X amount of money a month, or I'm gonna file on this date, and then I will tell you, not in this particular estimate, but when we look at this issue on other issues in the city, if somebody is actively on a payment plan and is cooperating with that payment plan, we would consider them compliant and current on their taxes. I know that's not, maybe they haven't paid 100% of it, but I will tell you there's a lot of instances where if they're on a payment plan, they've been working with us and they're current on that payment plan, we consider them compliant for the purposes of city taxes.
I think it should be considered.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because if you have an agreement that I'm paying this and you are paying it,
Yeah.
it's no different than, yeah.
And then when
And I
it
think
comes
that
to
encourages
new
people to reach
businesses.
out
Hold someone at the IRS to get on a
Yeah.
payment plan, that's the other problem.
And so then
We'll
the other
find
part
you.
of this is for new businesses who do not have business tax returns, who cannot, who cannot speak to their, their business taxability, I think getting into their personal taxes is for me, that feels like a little bit of an overreach, and I don't know where that ends. But that's just me personally. If we're trying to set hard lines and we're trying to understand where they are, for me, that's a tough one
But
because
then,
of
so if I'm
partnerships and LLCs and multiple people.
But yeah, you can go start an LLC that doesn't
Yeah.
have any
Sure.
debt associated to it, so that's your bailout of. That's not.
Right.
When you bet on a small business, though, you're betting on a person as much as the project, right? And I think it's important that we look at the person that we're betting on, right? So I mean, I can get if I owe $50,000 in federal taxes, if I go start an LLC tomorrow, then I apply to the city of Middletown, then I pay off those taxes. That's a simple step that I don't think we can ignore the person. I just don't.
yeah.
You're saying they would use the grant money they got from the city to pay off their taxes?
Yeah, well.
I mean, in some
But we
fashion,
have-
it could be
they could.
essentially done if you think about it.
Well, but with the auditing that Rochelle talks about, meeting with them and working with them and knowing where they're spending that money and all of that, I mean, I feel like it would become pretty clear.
Well, a lot of times
They're
it's
not-
payment after the work has been done, so that's not possible.
Well, I'm just saying
Right?
you can switch the money around.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Back to kind of fundamentally what we want to do and how we do this. A lot of communities, because this always becomes an issue, there's no doubt about it, wind up limiting where you do grants to things that you can have a lien on, basically. And that is putting it into a building or a piece of equipment and then having a first position lien on it. Because now you've paid for something that they need, and if they can't continue to pay for it, or they lose it or whatever, the city has some ability to get it back. Because we would forever go around this issue, and it's real, we will lose, ultimately, there will be risk. And you maybe have helped somebody out and they're not gonna make it.
And I-
That would be okay, we can take that risk, but the way to mitigate it is to say, the only time we're gonna engage in help will be to assist in that physical thing that either is in a building, or goes into a building, or is a piece of equipment in which we get a first position lien on. So.
Or even be more
That would
aggressive.
be no professional services, so no architectural plans
That's a
or.
second thing to say, we will pay for your professional services. And now we know at least we've helped. We will pay an architect so much money for assisting you in doing something. That's another program that
So
often.
professional services would be paid directly by the city
Directly to the
that.
architect. Yeah,
Okay.
so you get a voucher in effect from us that says, if you go to one of these architects or whatever, and you need their
Like a
services.
local Middletown.
Local Middletown architect, we will pay up to X for your services only to help your business doing whatever they're doing. Or to design your facade, or
I
to
think that
design
sounds
your
fair.
thing.
I mean, and if maybe it's electrical or plumbing work or something like that, we pay for the work. I mean, does that apply the same way?
When we do that, obviously, it may not help the business, but at least it's improved the building so that the next business that may come in gets the benefit of it.
See, that's why I'm a proponent. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm a proponent of what you're saying. I mean,
So then that takes the idea of having to do personal searches on people's finances sort of out of the picture.
Yeah.
But we would still have the business tax standards in place? Or does it eliminate that as well if we're only doing these types of grants that, as you say, mitigate our
Again, it
risk?
may be a hybrid, you may do a little of each, but again, the more sort of due diligence we have and the more safeguards we have, and the more limited we are in terms of we know we're only going to do it in certain ways to limit the possibility of our risk. We don't help as many people, we don't make it as broad, but we are limiting our risk. So it's a balance. And that's why the discussion, to see the appetite you have. Do you want to open yourselves up for risk and maybe have failures and live with it? Or is it better just to really be quite clear about putting money into things that we know, if nothing else, went into something physical that we can see, or a piece of equipment that we would get a lien on?
I mean, I think those things seem to be agreed upon. I mean, the mitigated risk types of investments seem to be something that we
For a
agree
startup,
on.
yeah,
Sure.
I agree.
And then if it's something a little more creative where maybe it's not one of those types, then we have to, if it's an established business, then we need to make sure that they are current.
We need to keep it simple, so
Yeah.
it should all be the same for everybody. Like, I don't wanna say, oh, you've been here 5 years and you haven't been, we're gonna treat you, because then that's where you get in trouble too.
Yeah,
You gotta treat them all the same, so if we're gonna check everyone's taxes, we gotta check everyone's taxes. If we're gonna have them sign an affidavit that they are current, everyone does it. So that's what I'm trying to get it, so that everyone is treated the same. And we're not picking on people just because of their location or relationship, or because it's an ex-sister-in-law, or whatever, so.
I was just talking about the difference between like a startup versus an established business.
That's why I say, that keep it the same. Just, they're all gonna be either they're an existing business or a growing business or a new business. They're all businesses, so I wouldn't treat them any differently. The state doesn't treat them differently. We're doing incentives.
So what about checking city and state, since they're easy, and then we don't check federal, but we have them sign the deal? Because I think that maybe is a whole nother level of complication. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there as an option.
So,
I mean, we can have them certify it, and then we can, on the back end, in our due diligence, decide how much due diligence do we feel like we need to do, right? So, like you said, the city and the state are easy. The IRS, I don't know if we'd have to pay a couple $100 to do a lien search, and maybe we do that for some, just to sample it. Maybe we do it for all, but I think that due diligence piece is something we can kind of decide on the back end. If the requirement is we want them to certify they're current on their taxes, great, we have them certify that, and then we do our double checking, on the back end internally.
And do we have to say personal and business taxes that they're current on?
I think that's up to you guys. I mean, it can be, depending on the structure, very difficult to separate the two.
I mean, I'm not going to approve a brand new business that is owned by a person that personally owes taxes to give a grant to them. I'm just not going to do that.
If they're not on a payment plan.
Right.
I think we have to say personal or business taxes, and then what we decide to actually look into or not in order to enforce is a separate question, right? Is that what you're getting at?
I'm saying set the criteria that you want, and then, on our due diligence, we can double check what we can double check. But you're having them affirm a statement, right? You're having them affirm, I'm not behind on any taxes. Great. Neither I nor my business are behind on any taxes. Whatever you want it to say, they say. And then on the back end, our double checking and our due diligence, we do a reasonable amount of due diligence on it to affirm that and make sure that that's accurate.
I'm just curious from a legal standpoint, and working with other municipalities, how many of them are having these same conversations? How many of them are doing this much due diligence? I mean, this is pretty common, and we're just trying to.
Yeah, I mean, so every community has their own. A lot of them have a specific need that they're trying to meet with these types of programs. The general grant types of programs, you have certain criteria, and then you do your due diligence on it to make sure that the applicant is giving you accurate information.
But the specific certification on taxes, is that something?
I don't know. I've not looked at that specifically, but I assume it is.
The communities I work with, it was always just in the community. you check the taxes in the community that was providing the funding.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with doing council members on these kinds of things is, yeah, you have some sort of acknowledgement. As Jim suggested, most of these programs in a lot of these communities, not all, a lot of communities maybe aren't too comfortable with just providing, here's operating capital and start your business, go. It's more, hey, something that's an improvement to their tenant space or building, or something that, you know, you can do a UCC filing on or something like that. Something that's at demonstrated cost, or helping with some of their professional services, whether it's helping them getting through permitting or a building occupancy issue or whatever the case might be. But typically, my experience has been in several communities, you look at these, you'll do your cursory check at the local level. You can check with between your clerk of court's office's websites and the like. You can see, are there any what appear at first to maybe be current tax liens or other judgments against the business. And then that's, as legal counsel says, that's where you then peel back another layer of the onion as you dig in. Because you can be on a payment plan with the state of Ohio's tax commissioner and be in very good standing and meeting all your payments, and there'll still be that lien out there and that judgment out there. But I think, especially if the direction council's looking to go, is that it's something that is very a discernible expense, it's a tangible object, or it's a tangible service directly paid by the city. Then you also get around, if you have issues with that are maybe unknown to the city, even after we do due diligence, that there's certain debt creditors that have garnishment rights or anything else that can intercept those payments to that business, because that's obviously what you don't want. You want to make sure it goes to that business entity or that interest, not something in the past. So, I mean, there's ways to look at it, but I mean, you know, I think as Austin says, just as you go through that level of due diligence, your cursory review may say, yep, doesn't look like there's anything here, we're good. And if there is a little bit more, you dig just a little bit deeper and answer some questions.
I like the idea of having the certification statements on there about the taxes. We do a certain amount of due diligence that's determined, and it's understood that the preference for someone starting up a new business would be capital improvement like things where we could have a lien on it or whatever. It's understood that that's the concept, because I understand you want them to be the same for everyone, but if we could focus on that for the newer businesses, and then obviously it's creative after that when someone's been around for a while what the needs are. But if you understand that that's
it should all be the same. We're gonna support capital in building improvements and facades and professional services, and then I don't want to
kind of get us back as we are off schedule, but just want to kind of summarize. There's this level of risk, and I think obviously in order to take on that risk, we want to do effective due diligence, and we don't have a lot of appetite for having people who are delinquent on any taxes. That's pretty clear. And as a priority, it's better to spend money on professional services, and we know we'll go toward legitimate architectural things and things like that of people, businesses in our towns that are going to be paid with, and or going into buildings and or equipment, things like that, and from a priority standpoint. Is that?
Yes.
That makes sense.
And on the equipment stuff, a lot of that is a reimbursement, right? Like they're purchasing it and we're reimbursing them. So they've got to have that money to spend it up front before they ever get any kind of reimbursement
that's
from
what we're
us.
trying not to do. The people need the money to buy the equipment.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, after
So
they buy
it's
it.
tough.
But I'd like to see more teeth in the, if something happens, we get XYZ, or what I mean, like you're talking
We
about.
have to call back in our agreement, so we look very much.
So with that,
Well, no, we got to clear up the other stuff. So we have the
these three agreements
The
that
three
are-
agreements.
Okay.
The two that were delinquent are caught up. So I'd like to bring them back as is, and we're not looking at, I would say, 22.2. I'd like them to just be judged as they were judged, because that's how we discussed them. So that would be the three that we pulled off. As long as they're current on all their taxes. Are you guys comfortable going through?
Can we amend that agreement to put in the clause that
Yes.
we talked
Yes,
about,
we
and
haven't
make
done
sure
the
that that's in
agreement yet. We haven't done the
there,
agreement
so
yet.
that that's in compliant with all the future, so that that doesn't set a bad precedent, for
But as far as
example.
like the terms of what is eligible and everything, those are going to be based on our original standards. So the only thing that's going to change is they're going to confirm that they're current in their taxes, and they're going to have the new sheet of the signing off of their tax affidavit, I guess.
Did we address the original agreement on one of them that was signed that said they didn't have tax delinquencies?
That person indicated that they weren't aware. They used a professional also in the city to do their taxes. They had no idea. That's what was told to me.
And they've since come into compliance and
Yes.
paid that tax.
Yes.
So that was a situation of sort of unawareness. Okay, thank you.
What were the three? Can you say? I don't
Yeah.
remember, or
I think there was one for Ms.
It was Miss James was one. And then one was one is the hair salon next to the fire department.
Okay.
And then one was a beauty salon that's going to be in the First National Bank, their beauty supply company, I think in the First National Bank building.
That one was, that had an inventory that we were paying for though. I'm not a big fan of that.
Okay, so that's why I said this was, from now on, we won't do that, but.
Right.
Yeah.
I know, I realize that, that's what I'm just.
Like across from the Windermere First National Bank?
No, I think over by where the community foundation is.
Oh, First Financial.
First
Gotcha.
Financial.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Used to be First National. Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh.
So I know, Mayor, we don't want to do inventory anymore, but we were doing it, so.
If you made the agreement, I'm comfortable supporting you, knowing it's changing
I
going
think
forward.
that comes to, I mean, ultimately we'll vote on those. Do we vote on those individually when they come to us? So that's something that we can each, as council people, make that decision about when they come to.
Okay.
To vote. So
I mean, if there's anything else that business,
you could always
revisit the conversation and maybe she's got something else she may want.
that might be
That's fine, too.
That we
more.
can shift, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
that might be more well received.
We don't have this conversation.
You can look at it.
Where in that building is that, the supply?
That's the same one that DMI gave the small business.
They gave a small business grant.
Or microgrant.
Microgrant, it was, yeah, the First National Bank microgrant.
It's a First Financial Bank microgrant program.
Okay,
I think it's with First Financial, just.
Those are gonna come to the next council, those three. The other one was SPACs. What are we gonna do with that one? They are not current on their state taxes, so based on what we've discussed here, they would not be eligible for.
How much do they owe, do you know?
I don't know. I believe I don't know.
I don't want to be the official.
Have you spoken with them about the potential, I mean, you could go back to them and say, listen, council says that it's okay if you're on a payment plan. So if you can get on that payment plan,
I think
then
the idea
maybe we
was,
can get there,
the idea
but.
was, is part of the proceeds, they're looking to buy, they're getting a loan. They're trying to refinance. And the refinance is gonna allow them to buy, it's gonna save them maybe $2,000 a month, which will enable them to buy their doors that they need and a lot of building improvements. And they were gonna use some of this grant to pay off their state taxes. They already paid their city taxes so that they could refinance. That was the whole, we're trying to work with them because we always said, pay your city, as long as your city, you know, and that was kind of the workaround that we hoped to do. So.
I'm comfortable moving forward on it.
Yeah.
But I would maybe reach out to them and suggest that if they can get on to some sort of
They've been trying
agreement or
some-
payment
it's mainly-
plan,
it's
that
mainly
that
been-
would.
I think this grant will allow them to catch up. But the main thing is they needed to have this assurance to go to to refinance and the Somerville Bank potentially. And that was the thing, they need to refinance because they've got like 4 or 5 different loans and they want to refinance and it'll save them enough to.
But the grant isn't to pay for the doors
No,
and
it's-
the things, the physical things that they need.
It is. It's just a different way of getting there. You follow me?
It's paying off their taxes.
It's paying off their taxes, it's gonna allow them to refinance to pay off their doors.
Which is the point I was making earlier, which that's the down part of it. Because you're just trading money at that point.
Yeah.
This is what
This
made me think of it. Because I know
unfortunately,
that
they were a new business, they're kind of one of those things where they're a new business, they opened in the middle of COVID, they weren't eligible for COVID money. It's like, so you hate to do like a one size fits all for everyone, because I always say every business has a unique needs. And so this was our way of trying to work with them. We've been working with them for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, I think specific to this business, they do offer an asset in ecotourism to the city that has, that value has to be appreciated.
And women veteran-owned business. And
Yeah,
there's a lot
I
of-
mean.
Can we help purchase the, items instead? Is that gonna help? I mean,
but it's like a chicken egg thing, like they need
No,
they
it's
need to
not.
refinance, and
In
if they
They've already
can't
sold.
refinance.
In their agreement, it's gonna say that they're using our money to pay for their doors and their windows. They're gonna show us receipts for purchasing doors and windows. I don't know if that's happening before that.
That's sort of the gray area that we're in right now with that one. I get that
They're
it's
not on
gray, and
it.
sometimes it's,
Are they? Or we don't know. I guess.
yeah.
I just realized I have to accuse myself from that one, so I just realized.
I would appreciate to have them come down to council and talk to us, and I think that that appeal would be well received. You know, obviously we want to try to help a small business if we can, but I think that those assurances from them would probably mean a lot.
Okay, so we'll run it through how we had intended to run it to, essentially on the old system, but then everything after these 3 and Babs is gonna be new system. Capital, building improvements, facade improvements, affidavit. Is that understood?
I want to make sure that the conversations that staff is having with these businesses too are not any more than, here's something I can will propose to council, but I think from what I've heard from people, is they're feeling like they were guaranteed things, and I know, I'm just telling you, that is something we need to be super sensitive about, because it keeps coming back up, and I know,
I would love to know that, because that's in the project intake form.
well, it's not, I mean, Hoopla was one of them, Babs was another one, it's just, it's he said, she said stuff, I just want to make sure we're really, really cognizant of how things are phrased, and make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves and have people starting to spend money before council has approved stuff.
I think all of these clarifications can help to set the stage for new grant agreements to come, and to help people understand exactly what our intention is and what it would take to get a grant application passed through council too, you know. I don't want people wasting their time and energy and resources, and staff's time and energy and resources working on a grant agreement that isn't going to be accepted by council or even considered because it doesn't meet the standards that we've talked about. So I think that that's really a primary concern moving forward, and hopefully the businesses understand that in a different way now that we've had this conversation, and maybe there's some way that we can communicate that to them via, you know, our avenues of communication to really help those businesses understand, so that we don't get in these miscommunications
I
in the
know,
future.
I gotta go, because Jim's like, shut up enough. But Small Business Alliance, I left you guys that. Please encourage your contacts in your businesses to join. This is gonna be a great tool, especially for the Central Avenue businesses, to get direct text messaging to them. And some of these businesses that are complaining the most have not joined, and we've asked them to join. So they need to join because they have access to resources, to networking opportunities too, and they get first.
Do you have to be a small business to join the alliance, or can allies join the alliance as well?
You have to be a small business.
Okay.
Yeah. Because then it opens up, and then we have all these other people coming in. They just want to sell them, you know, carpet or something like that. So it's really to get our businesses to network with each other.
Yeah, I don't mean that, just like, you know, if you're a downtown resident and maybe you're not a small business owner, but you want to support and know what's going on. I'm sure that, I feel like I had somebody ask that.
You know about this though, right?
Quick update on Town Mall. The Community Center Partners team continues to work very diligently. There have been multiple workshops on site. There's been 2 of them so far, there'll be a 3rd one coming up. They're doing lots and lots of work in between those workshops in terms of vetting the community, the area, and the region for various contractually obligated revenues, sponsorships, naming rights. How will the money come? Where will it come? Particularly in order to determine how a sports and entertainment venue will be feasible, if feasible, how to be financed. Because we're working toward this issue of a go, no-go decision by late April. That's on track. It's going well. Multiple possible anchor tenants continue to do their own due diligence. Those are, of course, the NAHL Tier 2 Junior Hockey League, the Academy for elite youth athletes, as well as the tournament provider for hockey tournaments. So again, all things are on schedule the way we imagined. It's going well, lots of activity, and that group continues to meet. The group, of course, involves the Warren County Convention and Visitors Bureau, Warren County Port Authority, the City of Middletown, and lots of other actors that play in that space, particularly in sports and entertainment, and in hockey, and in ice facilities, and all things related to that. And of course, keeping in mind also development opportunities for the remainder of the site, be that hotel, office, apartments, retail, restaurants, etc. Because this is still the RINCA plan, the overall plan, and the goal is to have it completed, and that the one serves the rest, which is the major demand driver, the sports and entertainment venue, allows so much of the rest of it to happen. We're trying to drive all that private investment. So, going well. Any specific questions on that? Because we are running off schedule, but more than happy to answer.
Are there any timeline benchmarks coming up of when things are moving?
Well, we'll get all of that due diligence, the pre-development stuff, for a go, no-go decision by late April. That's what we've been heading for, and that's the goal. And if for some reason they get off track, we will let you know. But right now, that still remains kind of on schedule.
Real quick, I know you're in a rush here. We met, when we first were elected, we met with Martin Russell and that group in Warren County, just to stress how important it was that we get this done, and it's a priority. And so I've said it before council meeting, just to partner with Warren County, I think gives it credibility in itself, because they have a great reputation for being fiscally sound and conservative in their spending. So they want to jump on board. I think we should do everything we can to make this work. Absolutely.
Literally on an everyday basis, everybody asks me about this. Like, so if we get the to-go button, what's a realistic, like, obviously there's always delays, but what's a realistic timeline to like really start signing leases and construction and those types of, any idea?
So yeah, if the go happens, then the next phase would be starting doing all the design, the literal design of construction drawings to build that facility and the financing of that facility. And then the marketing of those pad sites and the remainder of that to do the development around it. And concurrently, people would be selling what we call contractually obligated revenue, which is sponsorships, naming rights, pouring rights, digital revenue, ticket revenue, all that other stuff that comes with it. Also, they would be setting up the new community authority, which would become part of the financing program. So it kind of is a whole series of parallel events that would start happening. But because you all would have made a decision that says, okay, we think that's good, we'll go, then all those other things would start happening. But it would be fairly quickly. I mean, it would be going on so that you could see a construction start, assuming the design happened, right after that, before the end of the year.
That's okay. That's what I assume, like late fall, early winter.
Yeah. Anything else? Great. Housing and neighborhood infill. Really wanted to go over another one of those real critical, important components of a high-quality community, quality of life.
Just real quick, I'm going to abstain from the D.R. Horton stuff, and so if you guys see me step out and make a phone call,
sure.
That's what's going on.
Absolutely, no problem. So just to sort of highlight where we are on some of these projects that we know about, and we're just going to kind of start going through that. So the first one is, as Councilman Moon mentioned, the former hospital site. We have had a development plan submitted by D.R. Horton. It has made it to the Planning Commission. It has gotten quite a bit of vetting at this point. D.R. Horton, if you're not familiar with them, is the largest production home builder in the United States. They've been around for a very long time, and they're a little bit newer to Ohio, and particularly this region of Ohio. But I know I've worked with them 20-some years ago, and they were exceptionally large at the time. But they typically get involved in fairly large projects. So, this one I think is 53 single-family homes on public streets, total of 16.64 acres. Ashley, tell us a little bit about price points, style, type of homes. What have they proposed in terms of what we expect to see on this?
Can I, Jim, before we get too far, I would suggest that council not really discuss this project since they do have an application. I think we can present a little bit on it, but it's a recommendation is going to be coming from Planning Commission at some point, so I would restrict discussion
great.
Because it is a specific application.
We'll just give you a little bit more background then. You don't have to necessarily offer anything, but we'll just tell you a little bit more about what we know.
Okay, so just about the development itself, D.R. Horton is proposing, like Jim said, 53 single-family homes here. They'll range from 1 to 2 story. Originally, these had proposed vinyl, however, staff worked with D.R. Horton, and now they would exceed our architectural standards using hardy board. So that's a positive thing. Also, I don't know if I mentioned the price point, $330,000 to $350,000. That depends if there's a basement, but they would start around $330,000. As you can see on the plan, right now as it stands, the current plan is, as you can see, next to the Highlands Historic District. You can probably faintly see it as far away as you are, but there is a buffer proposed. There'll be a 75-foot buffer to try to help screen the backs of the homes that are proposed from the existing Highlands Historic District. There are 2 entries into the site, one coming from, I believe it's Sherman Avenue to the south, and then the other would be coming in right next to the existing Oak Hills Church to the north. Scott knows a little bit about the width of the streets. I know that they were proposing to make them a little bit not as wide to help with traffic calming and not allowing for on-street parking. So that's a little bit about the plan. I don't know if we're able to answer questions, but that's just a snapshot for you.
And I appreciate, actually, you say it's going to planning commission. I think there's a few too many things that get all the way through planning commission and council or whatever commission, and council's never heard of it. And I get questions, and I'm like, I didn't even know that's in the plans or something. So I like hearing stuff, whether we have a conversation about it or not. I appreciate, like, I would have liked to hear sooner than we did, because I'm sure you guys all got a million questions about it as well. And I had nothing to go on. I went to the meeting, which was like 6 hours long, just so that I could even start to understand it myself. So
strategically speaking on that point, would it be inappropriate for staff to present these kind of things if they were going to planning commission in new business, not for discussion, but just for presentation or in city manager reports? To your point about hearing about things that are going to planning commission before the recommendation is made, so that we can follow that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have a couple of thoughts. One is, planning commission is the right body to kind of vet these first. Sure. And so I think the initial response to people asking about it is, I'm not sure. It has to go to the planning commission. I need to hear what they say.
But I didn't even know that it's going through.
But when it's brought up, it needs to go through planning commission. I need to hear what their recommendation is. The plans might change as a result of those conversations. As a council person who's going to have a final say on it, I probably need to sit tight and wait to see what comes to me. Now, that I think is probably the generally the right response for you all. I don't think there's anything wrong with making sure you get the agendas so that you know it's coming. Maybe putting together a report to say here's the applications that we've got in, something like that. I don't have any problem with that. If that's what, if you guys want more of a heads up.
What I'll do when they say something, I'm like, oh shoot, did I forget about something we talked about? And I'm digging through. I'm trying to search for something like, oh, maybe we did talk about this. What is this topic? And then finally, a long time later, I come to the realization it has never come before council, and that's that money. Yeah. So before I can even give that answer, I'm doing all sorts of research to make sure, because I always put it on myself first, like, oh, I just forgot what it was.
So I guess one
Are there other cities that sort of I don't want to say bypass planning commission, but who request to hear or receive information on things that are going to planning commission?
I think the 2 points where that could happen would be when an application comes in, you could potentially be notified of that. The difficulty with that is, you never know for sure when that's actually going to advance. I mean, once they submit the application, it can change. They can delay it 2 or 3 months for a variety of reasons before it goes to planning commission. The second easy point would be, here's the planning commission agenda, and these are the items on the agenda. Those, I think, would be the 2 easiest points to notify you of what's happening.
One of the other things I will note on this particular site, when I first arrived here and had some early conversations with Dr. Ricking here at Atrium, one of the things he had pointed out early was they were very proud of the way they had left the site, because they had hired Burgess and Nyepel to make certain that all the demolition had been done in a way that everything was completely and thoroughly removed, all the backfill was done properly, compacting properly, any and all remediation was done to the fullest extent possible. So, and then that was confirmed through Burgess and Nyepel, and they kind of see this as one of their outstanding projects in terms of the way they did it and how they did it. So I know there was some question out there by some folks that the idea was that maybe this wasn't thoroughly, completely taken care of, before it is now redeveloped. But from our understanding, at least, that they took very careful pains in making certain that was done the best way it could be, so that it could ultimately be redeveloped. And of course, the idea that now we can have new single-family homes is really great, because there's not a lot of places left in Middletown that are substantive of size where we can actually have some new single-family homes neighborhood subdivisions. So this is certainly one of them, and you'll hear more about it. The plan has 53 specific homes. So moving on. The Lincoln site, I think we talked about the fact we completed that demolition. Now we will get much more active and aggressive in trying to get developers that might be interested in this. And I think as you see some of the work, maybe like a D.R. Horton move forward, it might be somebody like a D.R. Horton or others like that, that once they realize they can build new single-family homes in the neighborhood, that there's a market for it, that they're profitable, you might see more interest here. So, our first choice here is single-family owner-occupied. I mean, they may be attached or detached, but there is 5.7 acres here. So again, the goal, it's a neighborhood, it's a nice neighborhood. Hopefully, first and foremost, we'd be thinking single-family owner-occupied homes. So that could take, different forms. They could be, separate single-family on separate lots, or they could be attached, they could be duplexes, they could be townhomes. There's a market for a lot of that, so long as it is market rate, high quality, good investment, looks good, is a contribution and a plus to the neighborhood, and I think we win as a result. The other site, the city owns and controls, the Roosevelt site, a really nice site because it has immediate actual access to, again, our fully updated Sunset Park. So imagine if you're living here and you can literally walk into Sunset Park. That's an awfully nice place to be, a really great neighborhood. So again, our goal would be having owner-occupied, single-family, market rate, high-quality housing. Again, might be some combination of attached and detached, but I think there's a real market for some quality product in there. And again, it's kind of in that same neighborhood. So you have Roosevelt, you have Lincoln, and you have the former hospital site, and all in relative close proximity to a beautiful historic neighborhood, as well as to some restaurants and shops in downtown. So just bodes pretty well, I think, for the future. We expect to get some pretty good interest in the future as some of this stuff moves forward. The Vail site. The Vail site is part of our State Route 4 Oakland Neighborhood Revitalization Project. We had a developer that had signed a letter of intent, was working diligently for a while to put something together, and quite honestly, they didn't feel they could get it done. The market economics of it were not coming together for them. They lost interest, and they're no longer interested. So this is a little more difficult site. I think we will have to recognize that on this site it's going to take some additional work around it, some more investment, probably some combination of both single family and multifamily. And the multifamily may very well need to be somewhat affordable. And when I say affordable, I am not talking about Section 8. Let's be really, really clear about that. Obviously, we have no desire, no appetite of any kind for additional Section 8. But I think when we talk about affordable and workforce housing, oftentimes these are tax credit financed projects that have the same amount of investment, the same quality as market rate. It's just that because of tax credits being invested into them, it allows the people who own, develop, and finance them the ability to charge lesser rents to people where it's income restricted, because the difference is made up by that tax credit. So
no. I'm personally not a fan of that. I'll listen and learn more, but I just want to say, I really it's low income housing right on our downtown area. I don't think that's
Well, I want to be clear, when we say low-income housing tax credits, these are typically income restricted to people in 60 to 80% of LMI, which is low to moderate income. So this might be a family of 4 who makes $68,000, $72,000, a family of 3 in the 50s, a one-person household that makes $38,000, $40,000. These are working people of modest means, but they're allowed to pay less in income restricted because of the tax credits that go into the project. These are working people in every case who need affordable housing. And we have a real lack of that in the community.
What are some examples of in neighboring communities other workforce housing developments that have been constructed recently?
I wish I haven't been around here long enough to realize.
Westchester, Liberty Township, so, do you know Dutchland Woods, Liberty Junior School? Yankee Road? Cincinnati Road.
Okay.
That way, Mulhauser Road, across from, right past IKEA. Northwest. North of UD's campus.
Yeah.
Like when you're getting off I-75 and you see all those townhomes in downtown Cincinnati. Those are.
Because I understand the initial opposition to just any kind of workforce housing or low-income housing and all of the stigmas that come along with them. So I just want to make sure that we're, you know, understanding what the modern versions of those are.
Yeah, I think it requires a little bit more discussion because, for instance, let me give you an example. When I was hired as a city administrator for Racine, Wisconsin, city of, I don't know, 72,000 people, and I came in and I was not capable of buying a home right away because I couldn't find anything. I needed some time. I wanted to rent something. So I was looking to rent a really nice apartment. And in this entire city, everything I looked at, and these were the beautiful adaptive reuse of the industrial lofts with the 9-foot ceilings and exposed brick and hardwood floors and the beautiful appliances, whatever that I would love to be at. I called and said, you know, I'd love to rent that. And they said, what's your income? I told my income, I was well paid. And they said, I'm sorry, you don't qualify. It's income restricted. And I found out over time there was nothing available in the entire city because no one had built a market rate product in a year that began with a 2.
So we pushed a
No,
high.
please let me continue. The point is, an urban community with lots of people of modest means needed high-quality housing, and they built a lot of high-quality housing. They just happened to be financed through tax credits, which meant these were beautiful homes that I would have loved to live in. I couldn't because they were income restricted.
Right.
I'm not saying that we want a lot of that in our community, but there's an absolute need for some of it. We don't have any of it, none. So yes, we need market rate. And we'll have market rate downtown, we'll have market rate on the mall, we'll have market rate around I-75, but there is a need for, people cannot afford quality housing unless they have opportunities for this. Just say you're going to preclude them completely is not a complete.
Do you have like, I guess, information or data you can present to council to show that we don't have that in our city?
Well, we may have some older products, but we don't have any newer products that have been built.
I find it's really hard to make these decisions when I hear anecdotal stuff like that, and I don't know how to lean on that when making a decision. I guess we do need more. Like if someone said we needed more, and I don't have any data to
Zach, I'd love to hear sort of where your opposition comes from to understand.
Well, is the thought of this is are we doing this because we need to do this or because we want to do this? Do you feel that there's a need that we can't fill this any other way and put people in this area in any other way? Or is it because this doesn't exist?
I think that in this market, this particular location, if we hope to have something relatively in the near term, it's going to have some component of tax credit multifamily, or you're not going to get a developer interested without really dramatically huge subsidies.
Right, you're going to have to go in and you're going to have to subsidize a builder to develop the area. But I don't think the pricing of what these houses could be, like potentially, let's say you did a neighborhood there, they are going to be almost what the market should be for these homes. These homes, evidence shows, can sell for, if you built homes there, $200,000 a piece.
What? It says that there would be both, correct though? Okay.
Right, but I'm saying as far as I don't know what we want to do with the multi-use and all those different things, but I'm just saying, do we have to do this?
We don't have to do this. I'm just trying to open up our minds to the idea that there is at least one product that we haven't seen much at all that is really needed in the community, will be needed in the community in the future, that we should be open to, and maybe we don't understand as well as we should, because if I put a market rate multifamily here next to an identical multi-rate, or not market rate, LIHTC property here, they're probably going to cost the same, they're going to look the same. The difference between the two is how they get financed. And by financing one way, you have to place an income restriction on it, which allows people of lesser means, working people with lesser means, the opportunity to have a nicer quality living unit to live in the same way that people that might do in market rate. So there's a market for that, and there's a need for that. So builders, developers will come interested in that, and if we say no, then we won't see it. So keep that in mind.
I'd be interested in, I mean, we got, I'm just gonna use them as an example, these Brandon brothers that are filling in these empty lots, basically, and they're putting in some pretty nice homes, it seems like. I'm not an expert, but I'd be interested in what an RFP for a neighborhood there would yield. I mean, we need more owner-occupied homes in Middletown. We have disproportionately tenant-occupied homes. So to bring in more tenant-occupied homes gives me a little bit of a pause. How many acres is it?
It's about
8 acres. That's not a lot of land, but
well, you're gonna.
I was thinking it was more than. I think it was like, it's double digit. I know that.
Well, 8 is, I think, the main one, and then if you count the extra on the other side.
I don't think we have a lot of market rates. I could be, see, this is what I hate. I'm like, I don't think we have, and I feel like we're just going on these feelings. But I have seen people not able to find apartments for market rate in Middletown on a regular basis. There's a ton of people I know who want to live in Middletown and they have nowhere, and they can afford market rate. There's just nothing available for them. So, and they would love to live in a location like this. And so that's where I guess
I mean, market rate apartments downtown, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I understand the desire for owner-occupied homes. I don't know if this is the right site, and I think that's just kind of what we have to decide and what we think is the right and highest and best use of this land. I think
I consider this downtown.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe we should all start with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. I just want to make sure we're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of things to consider. Just that this site is not nearly so marketable as some of those others in terms of our ability, absent subsidy or absent creative finance.
So why are we going to do a home run of homes in this neighborhood, and then we're going to go subsidize housing and the rest of it?
To avoid so that we don't have to do. I mean, we're trying to start a market. So the home-rama is to begin the market.
That doesn't add up.
And we're subsidizing the home-rama too. Because we have to.
Well, no, what is your question? I'm sorry.
Why are we going to start off subsidizing builders to come in and build these really nice houses, right? Technically, the city is theoretically, which we're going to talk about that next, I think, we're willing to lose money up front to establish a market long term and to create and to then increase the value of the homes in the neighborhood. And then our next step after that, which is what this is then to go subsidize.
Again, the semantics are really important. I was talking about LIHTC tax credit properties that have every bit as much investment as a market rate. There's no difference between the two. It is allowing people of lesser means access to those high quality rentals. So I think people get lost in these semantics of what a LIHTC project is.
Then no rough rate of income tax in that we would if they were market rate.
I guess that's where I'm going with it. I think we can have more.
Okay, that's a story, yeah. I mean, now you're saying, we're motivated by people who make, absolutely. That's
I
the
agree.
point.
That's where, yeah, maybe I didn't quit, that's where I was going with it. I'm not
I guess
opposed to
subsidized was
a
the
nice
right word, right?
place, I just-
Okay.
I want people to come live and work in Middletown who are making more money and they
Austin, was you
want.
gonna say something?
I was just saying, Jim, maybe I'm misreading, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is not that we have someone proposing LIHTC, or even that we're saying it has to be LIHTC. I think what you're saying is after this first go-around with a developer who then backed out, you're just trying to prep council for the idea that that might be something another developer might
That's
propose.
it. That's it. So understand that could be forwarded, and that's what's behind it, that's the reasoning. And no, we have no developer, we're not proposing it, and that's not the first on our list.
Or necessarily encouraging a developer to come to us with that kind of plan. I mean, obviously, if they're aware of the conversation we're having right now, there is some division about whether or not that's something that we want on the site. So I think that's the clarification to be made based on the feedback, is that we might not be okay with that. I mean, if someone wants to present that.
I feel like this is one of the most valuable sites personally, just because of its proximity to downtown, and it's got that walkable lifestyle. There's bike lane down Central.
It sits across from a beautiful church.
Yeah, and I just think
Carnegie
I don't want
Library
to
and all
rush
of those
that.
things.
That site is incredibly important, and I'm not in a rush to put the wrong thing there because it can spin everything down that whole neighborhood in multiple directions. And I don't want to just.
Yeah, I hate for a developer to get too far down the road presenting that to us because they thought that maybe council would be in favor of that type of housing development there either. So I think that's, I think that's some
the reason
feedback.
for this. By hearing those things, that's important to hear that you'd rather take more time with the right then to say, hey, get something done right. That's exactly what we want to hear. That's the point.
And one last point, I don't think somebody's gonna come along and offer us, hey, give us $500,000 for this land. It's not gonna happen.
No.
But, like, can we be creative? Like, and I think we can get the right project if the city's willing to chip in and do those types of things. I think we need to try to build up single family in that area because it's one of our last opportunities to do that.
Excellent. Okay, well good. The at-home Middletown citywide infill, we talked about a little bit last year, but then yesterday. At home, another one of the acronyms, affordable transformative housing opportunities made easy. The idea is to identify these 10 lots that happen to be in the general proximity to the Vail site in our State Route 4 Oakland neighborhood revitalization area, to make those available through an RFP to small local builders who might do 2 or 3 homes each, so that there are multiple designs by multiple builders, to have a kind of builder's showcase or home-orama for more affordable houses. Typically, you might see these kinds of builder showcases like in Union Village where they're $900,000, where they're, here it would be much more modest, more affordable. But to have the city itself sort of sponsor and sanction this kind of builder showcase where we would allow local builders a chance to prove out a market in a neighborhood that we really want to jumpstart with brand new homes for the first time in a long time. And part of the RFP was, in effect, backstopping their knowledge that they could build it and make a profit, a modest profit. We established that in advance, maybe it's 15% or whatever it is, without worrying that they somehow could never sell the product or they would lose money on it. Because that's the primary reason we're not seeing them jump in and do some of these things until someone proves the market. But it may not require the city that much money, and it allows us something a whole lot less than the way this typically gets done, where someone takes CDBG money and $275,000 in order to have one house built with federal regulations and federal government standards, and then you sell it for $150,000, and you do it one at a time, and you lose that much money per. So in this case, maybe our backstop only amounts to $30,000 or $40,000 a house. We provide the land, we waive some permit fees, and we have a really exciting kind of market opportunity when they all come online at the same time. And we have a builder showcase where people can come into Middletown for the first time in a long time in a neighborhood like this and say, hey, I can see a bunch of brand new homes that I haven't seen before in this type of neighborhood. They're modest, they're attractive, I can afford them. We'll assist them with down payment assistance, first-time home buyer, understanding, information, education, things like that. So we're kind of excited by this. We actually have a timeline established with it. We did an RFP to begin with. We found that we didn't get as much excitement, well, I shouldn't say excitement, as much participation as we wanted. We did get 2 builders. We're hoping we might get as many as 4 or 5. So we extended the time. We put out a little bit more information in our RFP, and we now have, is this now accurate? Okay, so they're due March 2nd. We'll go look at what we got in that week between 7 and 11, and then have pre-meeting with some of those home builders later in March, and with a lot, it's all different. We got a lot released, the construction anticipated May through the end of August, maybe September, October, and then potentially still have the showcase happen at the end of the year, in fall. So,
Are we,
exciting concept.
are we, for these, or actually any of the city-owned properties, I guess, to that point, Lincoln or Roosevelt, looking at deed restrictions to make sure they're owner-occupied? I mean, I don't want to build houses for investors to come in and rent.
Yeah, I think as part of this program, we would absolutely do that. And of course, if it's down payment assistance as well, that's going to have to be an owner occupant. So yeah, without question, there's no way we do this and then let that be a build to rent. That wouldn't make sense. So I agree with you.
And we just need to be cautious. So we've been trying to reach out to some builders, and they have constantly told us, market's crazy right now, construction's down, so if it doesn't happen in fall, there's a lot of reason. It's not necessarily city's reason, it's the market conditions, it's the builder's availability to do the stuff, because that's really been one of the biggest comments that we keep hearing, that you have a really tight schedule. This is really, might be hard to get that.
So are there builders that we want or that we would like to be showcasing here who've told us that they just can't because of the timeline?
Yes and no.
Like,
Well, as I said, we've gotten 2 builders that did respond, and we're trying to get more, but I think we can still get it done. You know, if we have to just do it too and start small, we'll do that as well. So.
I just wouldn't, I would hate for us not to be able to include like a local Middletown builder or somebody who was, you know, who just couldn't do it because of the timeline.
That's
what we're
actually
focusing on.
advertising
Yeah.
too. We're focusing on local home
Yeah.
builders.
Yeah.
So we reached out to.
It's the regional bigger people that tend to be the ones that don't think they can make time on. The local
Okay.
guys, the smaller guys, they can do it. They're
Go ahead.
So, I was just gonna ask if Self was someone who was included. I know they're not like a builder, but they have received properties from us in the past and built homes, and I just don't know if, I didn't know if that was a fact.
We did reach out to NHS.
Okay.
They were interested,
Mhm.
also because they do new construction as well as relapsing self with self.
Right, okay.
But not particularly self, because
Okay.
we're working with them on
Some other stuff, okay.
Is this map an exhaustive list of all the houses in the, or all the lots in the neighborhood?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So would we be looking, I mean, there's probably like 80 lots in that neighborhood.
The idea was to try and pick 10 to showcase to
Okay.
start with, then we're in a walkable
Okay.
area. So you'll just pick these, there are a few different sizes, a few different locations. But
Yeah.
they're all within that 3 or 4 block radius, so that if you really do something together, it's a walkable event.
Sure.
So we tried to pick some that were different sizes, different locations, but still in an area that would be real walkable.
Are we getting feedback from builders that would, hey, I don't want to do 3, but I might want to do 7?
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking if we had a bigger, I don't know.
And this is kind of that pilot program.
Yeah.
So letting them do 2 or 3 and then opening up more.
Prove the market, pilot program, small scale, and then we would create an RFP later for all the remainder of our lots and we start opening it all up. But again, you gotta sort of small win, small step, prove it out, create a market, show it can happen, and then move on.
And have we increased any of the design standards for these? Like, you know, for example, in you know, the application, you said that they changed from vinyl to hardy plank. Is that something that
Now,
we're
with
extending to these?
Now
or?
with these, they're gonna have to go to the historic commission because
Okay.
these are located in the Oakland
Right.
Conservation District. So they're gonna
So
take
their,
the
the new historic district is gonna set the standards for what
Yes.
these homes are going to have to be required of. Okay.
As we continue to look at neighborhood infill at various locations, of course, we talked about Town Mall. Town Mall contemplates quite a number of mid-rise, market rate, luxury, multifamily apartments, probably at least 160 units, maybe greater than that. We certainly expect that to become an important feature. It needs to be an important feature. It's part of the RECA plan. The Timberleaf, this I believe is the one at the Cristo development. It was going to be multifamily, but it changed recently. It is now 86 attached single-family homes.
No, it's still rental. It's still rental. They're just attached, or they're like landominiums.
Like that redwood stuff.
Yes, redwood.
Just say, Adam calls it, that is off of their application, single family attached.
Single
Whether
family.
he's renting them, that's one thing.
Whether they're owner occupied or rented, they're described as
It's like a town.
single family.
Yeah.
So that's an improvement?
It was 210.
It's 210 multi-family.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of worse, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
And I'm not making a judgment good or bad.
No, I know
It
you're
is
not.
what it is.
No, it's not
Saying
you.
what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah. Puts less high quality renters in town, but.
Yeah, and I'm not sure,
Which
but
is this one? Did we already talk about this one?
This is by Leverston Audubon.
So this is the one behind Oasis Church that was gonna be
Oh.
apartments that we approved, it was gonna be a
Yeah.
gated community.
Right.
And then I
It's
guess.
still
it-
gated.
Went to
Okay.
It's still gated with a private road.
But the design changed since we saw it.
It did, but it was approved by planning.
planning commission approved the change, yes. That's why we're bringing it forward.
Huh,
to let you
okay. So, thank you.
I think, Nicole, I think this happened at the meeting, the last meeting.
Yeah, I think I just didn't realize, I'm having a hard time keeping track of which one is,
Okay.
they're getting not, there's no name for each one.
It's still
and
good.
It really.
It's just not.
Planning commissions, based on my feedback from planning commission meeting, they saw it as an improvement on what was previously proposed. So, for what that's worth.
They talked about like 3 or 4 at that meeting. Okay, now I understand what this is. Yep.
Less units. but-
And then the Innovation Drive near, not too far from where we are here, the Kendall development, the luxury market rate, 319 units. And that I think will be moving forward here this year in construction.
Wait, Innovation Drive is the one.
That was the one
Here.
at the,
That's the one I'm thinking. Okay, so can you go back to Timberleaf? Okay, where is Timberleaf?
It's behind.
On the-
Across from Walmart.
It's off of.
Opposite side of the road, kind of.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm back on track. I was thinking you were trying to say the Timberleaf one was the Innovation Drive one, and I got this. Okay, great, up to speed.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you.
Housing, Manchester Snyder Swallow's Lot, Urban Center Project. We have been working preliminarily with a developer who is looking at this project. And I'm very hesitant to even talk about it because again, it's very preliminary. They're doing all of their due diligence, they're doing their market studies, and so much has to be done yet that it will change dramatically, it will change 100 times. But we wanted to get you some sense of what they were thinking and what they're working on and the potential for it. And they're actually looking at it more as a greater kind of project, not necessarily just that, but incorporating the Swallow's Lot and a potentially reconstruction of the plaza and using some of the properties over here. And the property over here will be where the city is acquiring land from Essity that we will do the underground basin, the large underground basin as part of the long-term control plan. And one of the things that could be incorporated with that basin is above it, you can do some things like a parking lot that could serve this. And that is being thought about as part of an overall development here. This is my next, so I'm sorry. I will get into that a little bit later as part of this next discussion.
If that's even something in the works, is the pavers project a good idea? Isn't that a lot of?
The paver project does not so much get into, the paver project does everything sort of, and Scott's not here to lead, but it's moving from here to here.
Okay.
The plaza itself is not being redone as
Okay.
part of pavers.
Okay, just.
That might be a topic for an executive session at some point, just before somebody gets too far down the road. That might be something that we need to make sure that we're all on board with whatever they're thinking.
And I was just gonna I'll give you a sense of it as we go along through here. But, so that's kind of our neighborhood infill, the primary sites of where things are going on, can go on, where we really are focusing our attention on, where the likely activity that you'll see on new housing coming up here in the next year or two or three. So that was the design of what we just showed you. I wanted to kind of quickly go over the ARPA budget and funds and sort of circle back just to remember where we are and the potential changes that might come into play, some things to consider. And this is, of course, our budget the way it was approved. You will note the LED streetlight retrofit, the large cleanup targeted, the transformational downtown riverfront, the town mall, Manchester Snyder, community center, the Vail site, AK headquarters demo and remediation, CERTA demo and remediation, housing for Oakland demolitions, housing Oakland new construction, parks, the economic development grants, tourism support, and premium pay along with workforce training and housing. So that the total is $18,925,154. So we also have made the request to the county, just to remind us all, $6 million for the community center, $2,380,000 for the paperboard demo and remediation, $1,535,000 for the AK headquarters demo and remediation, $1,375,700 for CERTA demo and remediation, $187,500 for Oakland housing demo, $353,200 for Oakland housing construction, so that our request to them was $11,831,400. In addition, in our city, we did not make this request, but Butler Tech did, the request for $10 million that would support an airport aviation training hangar. So at this point in time, our expectation was that perhaps the county would have made decisions by now. They have not. We're not getting any indication from the county that they are going to be making a decision anytime soon. So one of the things that's affecting us is inability to make some decisions on our own financing, our own projects, because we're kind of waiting to see, well, you know, are you going to fund something toward the community center, if how much? Are you going to be funding some of these other things along the State Route 4, and if so, how much? You know, is Butler Tech going to be receiving funding? If so, how much? So that is pending, I guess, to the extent that we can all advocate to the county, not necessarily that we're trying to get money for ourselves, but just that they make decisions, because it would be really important for us. I know it's important to other communities from Hamilton to Fairfield to Oxford and everybody else. So I think, you know, just getting them to hopefully make a decision would be nice, it would be very helpful. Opportunities. We do have, as we've moved through, realized that we have more flexibility than we once thought through the revenue replacement, which means that in many cases we can use the revenue replacement to avoid, in effect, some of the requirements of ARPA, because it would be replacing our own lost revenue and then, in effect, using the city's funds to do it. Challenges. As we indicated, it's still unknown as to when Butler County will make any allocation and distribution decisions. So it has been hard to plan and prioritize some of that State Route 4 open revitalization in the absence of the county decisions. I know you have put together the ad hoc committee made up of both council-appointed folks as well as school board-appointed folks in the community center. And they struggle a little bit moving forward because they're still not quite sure exactly how much money they'll be spending. But I know they are doing an RFP for management services, I think. Update on that, I mean, if you know?
It's going to be issued soon. We expect we're going to have it out a few weeks, and then the committee will be looking at those proposals with the idea that they make a recommendation. And but it is still very difficult to do until they know exactly how much they're going to be having to spend and work with. You will probably hear more first about the community visioning aspect of it and wanting to really get an idea from the public about what they would like to see at that facility so that we can gather ideas, and then when you know the spending ability, you'll be able to start making some of those focused decisions.
I heard they were having trouble getting a quorum together. Is that a more than one meeting issue, or am I just hearing that repeatedly about the same meeting? There was no
for community
community center
I'm sorry.
committee.
I know literally twice in a row, and they try to do it COVID was an issue, and then we met the last time.
There were issues when we hit that Omicron spike where people had COVID and couldn't show up, or people weren't comfortable showing up.
Okay.
I think we're kind of through that. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but
Where do we really leave it?
I,
RFP needs to get issued,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna reconvene at the point the RFP comes back. We didn't really feel like we could move forward without knowing what the spend was or what the results of that were. I had the same impression, Tal, to that extent, it was a particularized problem to that 3 or 4 weeks.
yeah, I mean, we were having good attendance up to the Omicron
There's a
peak.
essence of that going around that the committee is disinterested and not showing up, so as much as we can change that narrative, I think that would be good. I had a hard time believing that, but I've heard it multiple times now, and I think we're just, I don't know why.
Was it from members of that
Yeah.
committee that you've heard that?
There's also some disagreements on that committee, I think, as far as where they want to go with everything. So
Which
that's
is
part
good
of it.
that we have
Yeah.
multiple opinions coming to the table, but
I mean,
anyway, I just
can't-
wanted to get
I
a
just
feel
got
for
it.
what that was going on, if there's any nudge we can help with, and anything, and
I got the impression, Tal, that it was really just based on that COVID, so but we'll keep an eye on it.
I know the answer. I know the answer to the question. I was at the homelessness sub-meeting about the different spokes in the wheel, and Deanna Shores was there, and she is a member of that committee and makes all the phone calls, and she said the problem is, as Tal said, for what reason, whether it was Omicron or weather or whatever, they can't get, that their committee is so large, they weren't able to get a quorum. So if they can't get a quorum to vote on what they need to vote on, they would just table the meeting.
Okay.
So they're not disinterested.
Good.
So moving along, some thoughts. These are thoughts, obviously. This idea is on possible amendments to our ARPA that could support some other things that we may want to talk about. One of the things would be to decrease substantially the transformational downtown riverfront development in order to add more funding to Manchester Snyder Housing, the Vale site, the AK Serta, housing in Oakland. Parks have been funded, that was for the bathrooms actually, and we funded that from another source of capital, so it's not necessary anymore. Decrease economic development grants, so we had a discussion on that earlier. They would still have 110,000 though. MVB actually matches the actual number that they have, and then this kind of got rolled into the other one up there. And the reason for some of that is, one of the things, and again, incredibly preliminarily along the area, along the line of someone sort of kicking the tires on Manchester Snyder, what's kind of development that would potentially have a large number of new residential market rate multifamily units as well as townhomes. In total, there would be attached townhomes on the Swallow's lot, probably 2-story, maybe 3-story, with a garage at the lower level and either 1 or 2 stories above it. Attached townhomes to create a new kind of urban feel along Main Street, potentially garages at the low level, 2 stories above. Then urban mid-rise multifamily on the Manchester Snyder site, such that the first level would be parking in or retail, and office and restaurant, and then above that 4 stories of multifamily, market rate, luxury, high quality. A central green plaza in the center of substance that would become a focal point as an amenity. It could serve as that permanent place for a ice rink in the wintertime. And then playing on our destination already as a sort of site in Ohio for pickleball, having 16 outdoor pickleball courts and 8 indoor pickleball courts, along with multiple first floor restaurants, cafe, and retail. Now, some of the possible incentives that we could have that might be available to support that would be the land itself. There's about 10 acres there that we own or will own. We could do a sales tax exemption on construction materials through our Port Authority. We have the ability to offer a TIF or CRA, that's to be determined. We could enlist Butler County Travel to see if they could contribute to the pickleball courts, because something of this size and substance, including indoor courts, could really have a dramatic impact, much like Spooky Nooks, on bringing large numbers of tournaments here downtown. It also would be a remarkable amenity for the people who live there to attract them there. So that's kind of the concept. It would involve the Y. The Y might be a participant in either providing a lot of fitness attached to this, or to maybe manage the pickleball, or in some way be involved. And we talked to the Pickleball Association too. They would be very excited about being involved, because they would see that as a big deal. Now notice, I put out here the larger amount of ARPA funding if we made possible amendments, so it just offers some thoughts there. But there is some real interest. They're doing a lot of due diligence. A lot of that due diligence is the market study. Obviously, there has to be a market for these homes. They feel fairly optimistic at this point as they're doing it, but that's not done yet, and they still have a lot more due diligence to do, so we'll see where it goes.
They are doing the market study right now.
Yes.
Without our money?
Without our money, that's correct. Their money, that's correct. That's correct. The Vail site, example, again, we talked about this. I was just throwing up there, maybe if that first phase might have attached townhomes with individual garages and maybe some multifamily. I put affordable. Don't take anything from the word affordable. It could be however you want, but just the idea that it might have some combination of single family and multifamily. And so there, this is primarily to show that, again, there's incentives there. There's the land itself. There's a sales tax exemption on construction materials that could come from the Port Authority. There's a possible TIF CRA, and there could be that greater amount of ARPA funding to help support it. So no plans on here. That was an example. There are none, no developer. I just threw some things in there, but it was more to show that they could have these various incentives that could help and support. The last thing I want to talk about is a thing that's been talked about a lot around here. We never really came up with a good answer. I'm just going to throw out an idea. Maybe it's a bad idea, maybe it's a good idea, or maybe it's a way to start a discussion. We've had some preliminary discussions with the folks at the YMCA, because they run aquatics and they do it well, and they have staff on site that do aquatics, and they have mechanicals and they have pumps and whatever. So we talked about the idea of, is if you built a kind of outdoor aquatic center, large pool, play area, zero gravity, slide, all the stuff that come with what you would traditionally see as outdoor aquatic center. On the back side of the atrium Y, you'd be able to take advantage of using the existing mechanicals and pumps. They already know how to do this. They operate aquatics. Their staff knows how to do it. They don't have to have nearly as much staff because they run it anyway. They felt likely construction costs would be about $3 million. We said in that amendment that I contemplated there, if you made some of those changes, the city could come up with $2,250,000 of that. Maybe somebody could fundraise for $750,000, and that would get you to $3 million. At the same time, if someone was fundraising for a long-term endowment so that it would be maintained over time, the YMCA said under those circumstances where they're not paying for it, they feel like they could operate it on behalf of the city at no additional cost. The key is, they would be doing a commitment of about $2.1 million on one side of town for a community center, and a similar amount of money on the other side of town for an aquatic center. You just want to make certain that transportation would be available to some of the disadvantaged kids who might have a difficulty getting to the atrium Y, and there might be some programs that you want to put in place to make sure if there were some charges involved, that maybe they could get paid for by people who would be benefactors to do it. I don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea, but it's one way to sort of attack that idea of an aquatic center in a reasonable way without adding ongoing operational costs to the city. And that was everything we had. So we'll go back to thoughts on anything we just talked about.
The community is going to have a lot of thoughts on the Manchester, Snyder, Swallens redevelopment, and that's just my initial the community is going to have a lot of thoughts on that. Now I know that that's city-owned land for the most part, and
One thing
all
that
the
would
things we
also
know,
happen
but-
with that is, as part of that would get the plaza rebuilt. It would create a terminating vista, new destination to highlight the arts center. It would create an urban fabric of buildings along Main Street for the first time. It would allow the wastewater to build their basin and to contribute to the project by building the parking lot above it, to relocate our parking lot in the process. So a number of positive things could happen out of it, but obviously it would be building a big, new, largely residential with some mixed-use retail component and some outdoor recreation component, with a big plaza downtown.
And to be very clear, it would also mean demolishing both the Manchester and Snyder buildings.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that is not an assumed or, you know, something that we didn't actually say out loud. So.
Yeah, we would need to, I mean, it's not just a council decision, it's a community decision. So we wouldn't, well, I'll just speak for myself. I wouldn't want it just to show up at council, here it is. We'd need to, I'd want to do some open houses and some public education
Well, we are
and.
meeting right before Tuesday's meeting, is that right?
Yes.
I mean, it's brief, it's a brief.
Yeah, that is not a long enough
start.
meeting to even
I mean,
discuss this, but I
it's a
think that
start
there-
towards what the
yeah.
future of that land is gonna be,
Yeah.
whatever.
But
it's
I
like.
do think that, given the presentation here today, that meeting is going to probably be a little more convoluted than maybe we had. So we're gonna have to keep that on task.
And when I say public presentation, I don't mean sitting in a council chamber. I mean
No.
like, they're out at the senior center and it has nothing to do with the five of us. It's a presentation by the developer and by city staff about where it's going. It's not public comments. It's, this is what it is.
Yeah.
It's an educational
It has to be,
situation.
without a doubt.
And I just want to reiterate, there is no project at all
Yeah.
right now because until or unless they came back and said, our market study says it works, we're still interested and we can fill a gap, and I'm certain there'll be a gap, and we all can figure out how to do that, then there is no project. But I'm giving you a sense of what could happen down there
Sure.
with someone who's actually done enough work to say, this is intriguing and we might be interested and we're spending money to figure out if we can do it.
When we reacquired those properties, I think we had the specific conversation that we wouldn't talk about demolishing or really changing the fabric of any of those things unless we had, you know, unless we had a viable development for higher and best use for that land, if it wasn't the building. But we are coming on, what, the 100-year anniversary, or we just passed the 100-year anniversary of the construction of that building. So I think that we have to also consider that there might be, if there isn't community engagement up front, a huge fight against the city to demolish that building. So those are just things that we have to say and be prepared for. That 100-year mark is important to the historic nature of that building.
The only thing I have to say about that is, and real quick, with 30 seconds, is the one thing I've heard about this, and I was at a meeting with Zach, I think Adrian was there, they put together the aquatic center and all that, and we heard Oxford come and give their pitch. An aquatic center is not just a pool, because I keep hearing people, we don't need a pool, it didn't work. It's not a pool, it's a park. It's got wave pools, it's got lazy rivers, concession stands, and I know that we tend to in government always think of revenue, and I've heard people say, well, there's no revenue in that. Sometimes your city just needs a win. And when's the last time Middletown has had a win? Been a long time. And I think this is a great start. I love the idea actually of connecting with the YMCA on it. The only thing I don't want to happen is you have to have a YMCA pass to get into that water park, because some people can't afford a YMCA pass. I think Oxford, what's Oxford's fee to get in, Zach?
It's like $6 or $7.
$6 or $7, yeah, and they have security there, and they have, so, but I like it, that's
You make a really good point, and that's why we said it would be the Y operating on behalf of the cities. It wouldn't be a Y, but they would do it because they're good at it. But since we'd be paying for it exclusively, just you're right, you gotta make certain that you have access for all parts of the community.
Right.
Well, its location by the interstate means it actually has a higher chance of actually being a profit maker.
Yeah,
I mean,
it could.
it's,
If you look at I've studied this pretty extensively, and if you look at Southern Ohio pool or aquatic centers that work, they're usually located within about 1.5 miles of the interstate.
Is
I'm
it
kind of
just-
excited too about the idea, if we could have a K1 speed, an ice facility, and an aquatic center all near the interstate, that's kind of a cool place to come to.
Yeah, those are game changers.
And this is all outdoor, is that the consideration? There's no
Yes,
indoor
this would be
aspect
all
of the water park?
Once you get indoor, it becomes so.
I know, I'm just wanted to be.
No, I.
Just couple thoughts on this and stepping back. This is the type of proposal that I would support where we didn't maintain that long-term cost. And I know there's been this perception that previous councils weren't interested in this, so I wanted to give Joe a shout out. Joe kind of started down this path last year. So if your impression has been that previous decision makers weren't interested, you had the wrong impression. So I wanted to give Joe a shout out for that. And then want to step back to the riverfront. I don't want to completely wipe out any ARPA money looking at that site because, and I think you left some in there.
Yeah,
I would,
Almost $3.5 billion.
yeah, I would love to get that site ready for something. I mean, we did a downtown master plan, like, there's a whole proposal for it.
That gateway into Middletown just is,
Yeah.
it looks so bad.
If we need to do some remediation there, like, I would be all for getting that site ready.
Which site are we speaking about?
The Ren site,
yeah,
STM Ren.
Yeah, STM, I guess we
Yeah.
call it STM.
That's clean, it's ready to go.
Is it ready? So
Yeah.
there's no,
Yeah.
okay, there's
It's
no
just-
issue.
Yeah, we just don't own the property next to
Okay.
it and around
Okay,
it, so
I
yeah.
thought there was some environmental issues.
There's
No.
just a covenant not to, we can't do residential.
You can't do
Okay.
residential, but it's developable.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it's got
That's good
trees
to know.
and a sewer line and
Yeah.
everything else through it, so.
Well, maybe we could get
That's
it
some
more,
warts.
like, get rid of the warts or something, you
Mhm.
know, just, yeah.
I know, Roland's still looking to, sell his property too.
But I want to follow up on what Councilman Newton said. Shout out to Joe Mulligan. He introduced me to the Y folks way back when. We started that discussion probably at least 9 to 10 months ago, and then followed up on it, continued to follow up on it. So, you know, they think it's got a great idea. They'd love to pursue it further.
Jim's been pushing that and meeting with him, you guys, so he gets credit for that too, so he doesn't have to take credit for anything.
So, any other thoughts, ideas, concepts? We did an awful lot in the course of 2 days. We tried to cover as many critical, important, big sort of picture issues and give you things to think about, things to plan for, things to determine policy-based. You've given us an awful lot of information back.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Does it make sense? So if we're going, so the Vail site housing is 1.8 million right now. Is that to specifically subsidize said builder that would come in? Is that for this? It's not. Is that for? Is a portion of that for the infill lot program?
That would solely be for the Vail site. The infill lot would be handled other ways.
But for the infill for the home run of.
Yeah, and that's handled in other.
So what is the 1.8? What would that just to say, hey builder, here's.
It's earmarked, but not.
Yeah, it gives us flexibility to say, if the builder that we really love wants to come in and has a specific financial gap, it's there. Or do they need some infrastructure? Do they need some amenities? What do they need to make it all work?
Okay, so.
Money's available.
So does it make sense? I don't, call me crazy, I'm just throwing out ideas on the developer side of my brain, but to earmark another, say, I don't know, just throwing out random numbers, 500,000, we go ahead and pave roads through the middle of the lot. That way it becomes a lot more, first of all, it saves the builder time because they don't have to do all that. And then it becomes a little bit more economically feasible for them. It gets us single family household owners versus renters in there. It's kind of a win-win potentially there.
Talking more shovel ready.
Yeah.
Unless it becomes unless it becomes row houses or there's some different conceptual design or something. It could still be single family, but maybe not in a traditional sense.
I love
So
your,
it would limit I think that would, something like that might limit a developer.
I love the way you're headed in terms of what you're thinking, but I always love to get as much flexibility as possible in the developer. So to say almost you've got an allowance of $1.8 million, I don't want to imagine building roads where you may not want them, or the manner you don't want them, or the way you figure it out, and we're going to give you an allowance to do it, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I guess I'm just saying I'd be open to giving a little bit more money to make sure that we could get whatever to make it make a little bit more sense for a developer, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And that's good to hear. So I mean, yeah, let me know that there might be some more movement here.
I mean, if we're gonna give them 1.8, why not give them 2.2 if it can get to the point of where it gets us where we want to be? I guess is kind of what I'm saying.
I know that Scott's gonna start, they're gonna be paving around it and fixing the light fixtures and stuff around it, so things that won't interfere with the lots themselves, but make it as nice as possible around it too.
And just a reminder on the timing of all this, so we just have to essentially officially allocate everything by the end of 2024, and it's expended by the end of 2026.
Move the columns around.
Yeah, so when we think about how quickly any of this needs to move, that's it's not, it's not a maybe not time.
Well, construction costs, and if we do a housing project like that, construction costs are only going to continue to go up, in my mind. So if we're going to do it now, might be.
Accounting for that possibility.
Right, well, I don't even think it's possible, I just think it's unlikely.
Well, and changing it, well, also changing the model from what we talked about, you know, in not using workforce housing opportunities and that sort of thing, if that changes what could potentially be the financial gap for a developer. So.
Yeah, and I mean, you have two things that are going to happen. Either costs are going to go up, and then it becomes less feasible for a builder, or the market collapses, and then we're never going to do anything with it either. So it's kind of like, if we're going to do something with that, now, I realize we don't want to make the wrong, like to Tal's point, we don't want to make the wrong decision with that, but that is probably, versus the Roosevelt site, for example, this is going to be, it's going to require a little bit more of a subsidy, so we might, yeah, we want to think long term, but we also might want to think, all right, now this might be the opportunity to pounce on something like that.
Don't say things that market crash.
I just wanted to mention something really quick, an update, because Tal had asked, and I told him I would mention the Journal News building. We've been working with the owner to put in an application through Ready Cincinnati and Jobs Ohio for a vibrancy grant for a business incubator. So the idea would be to have, he's got 13 offices on one of the floor, the old Journal News offices for shared space, and then one of the floors would be for like technical space where he brings in, he has a lot of lasers, and we've got some 3D printers. We would relocate the SVDC offices there, and then they want to open up kind of like a local shop, laser shop, where they do, like, you know, Middletown mugs and things of that nature there too. So we're going to help put an application together for them. And he's been
like Miami's.
No, not anything like Miami's. Miami's is a $14 million. This is a true, like, co-sharing incubator space. So yeah, ours would be significantly smaller.
I mean, the one I'm thinking of is very small. So
Miami's
the one in
got,
the library.
the one that Miami's trying to get money for, it's like $14 million.
Okay, no, there's an existing really small one in the library.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all for your participation, your engagement, your active input. We really appreciate it. Hopefully this was in some way valuable, and it gets us started on a whole lot of really good things for this next year, and we have even more accomplishments than we had last year. So thanks again, appreciate it.
So with that, we'll adjourn Tuesday, March 1st at 4:15 in council chambers with a joint meeting with the Historic Commission, followed by a council meeting. So then, this guy's in Middletown.